Always trust your spirit.
Hello.
Hello, please don't hang up. This is Cedar Valley Capital with a time-sensitive matter regarding your account. This is the loan processing team. After a review of your file, you've been cleared for a debt consolidation loan of up to $55.
We must all make our choices.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
Heart and mind as one. Never fear change. The answer lies within. I have seen two paths and made another between them. Never again will I see panic. As Ionia changes, so must I. Focus.
An enemy has been slain.
We have learned as much as we have suffered. My spirit is an unquenchable fire. Peace. Challenge what you know. We must all make our choices. Never falter. Heart and mind.
Enemy has been slain.
Focus. Never fear change. Never falter.
An enemy has been slain.
Seen two paths and made another between. Never again will I sit idle. As Ionia changes, so must I. We have learned as much as we have suffered. Gaia Kiri. My spirit is an unquenchable fire. Challenge what you know. God heals. We must all
has been slain.
Focus. Heart and mind as one. Peace. Never fear change.
An enemy has been slain.
The answer lies within. I have seen two paths and made another between.
An ally has been slain.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
He has been slain. An ally has been slain.
We have learned as much as we have suffered. My spirit is an unquenchable fire. Focus. Challenge what you know. We must all make our choices. Heart and mind as one.
An enemy has been slain.
Focus.
Ally has been slain. Shut down. Enemy triple kill. Killing spree.
The answer lies within. I have seen two paths and made another between. Never again will I sit.
Page.
As Ionia changes, so must I. We have learned as much as we can.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
My spirit is an unquenchable fire.
Wouldn't do that.
An
Challenge.
ally has been slain.
We must all make our choices. Heart and mind as one.
An enemy has been slain. Killing
Never
spree.
fought. Lacriano.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Focus. I have seen two paths, and another. Never again will I see. As Ionia changes, so must I. We have learned as much as we
An
have.
ally has been slain.
Sa Ela Sa, healing me. My spirit is unquenchable fire.
Rampage.
Challenge what you do.
Double kill. Ace. Victory! one arrow.
Keeping me safe.
I'd rather be home anyway.
Always trust your spirit. Challenge what you know.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
We must all make our choices. As I only kill, so much
First blood.
Never again will I sit idle. Gaia, heart and mind as one. For safety. We have learned as much as we sought.
An enemy has been slain.
My spirit is an unquenchable fire. I have seen two paths and made another between. Peace. Latrian only. Never return.
Has been slain.
Elisad Piridi. Focus. The answer lies within. Challenge what you see.
Oh my god.
We must all make our choices. As Ionia changes, so must I. Never falter. Never again. Heart and mind as one. Guide, here we be. Peace. We have learned as much as we have suffered. Never falter.
Enemy double kill.
My spirit is an unquenchable fire. I have seen two paths and made another between. Focus, never fear change. The answer lies within.
An ally has been slain.
Never challenge what you know.
Enemy killing spree.
We must all make our choices. Focus.
An ally has been slain.
As Ionia changes, so must I. Never falter. Never again. Heart and mind as one. We have learned as much as we
Enemy
have
rampage. Shut down.
By force of will. My spirit is an unquenchable fire.
An oath from Raven!
I have seen two paths and made another between. Never fear change. The answer lies within. Focus. Challenge what you know.
An enemy is dominating.
Peace. We must all make it.
Enemy killing spree.
Never falter. As Ionia changes, so must I.
Shut down.
Never again will I say peace.
An enemy has been slain.
Heart and mind as one.
Voodoo. What? Jinx is just doodle.
We have learned as much as we have suffered.
Granted, I have the wrong range. So what? I don't mean.
My spirit is an unquenchable fire.
So let's see. He does a lot.
Shut down.
He's gone. He does a lot of damage and has armor. He is.
I have seen two paths and made another between.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
Sa Elasa, Hiribi.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Never falter. To conquer one, conquer all. Peace.
coming back here.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Killing spree.
Never again will I sit idle.
Rampage.
Lastriano! Never will destroyed. Focus. We have learned as much as we have suffered.
Your team has destroyed.
My spirit is an unquenchable fire. I have seen two paths and made another between them.
An enemy has been slain.
Never fear change.
Shut down.
The answer lies within. Never falter. Challenge what you know. We must all make our choices. As Ionia changes, so must I. Never falter. Peace. Never again will I sit idle. I am a bad theory. Focus. Never fall.
An enemy has been slain.
Heart and mind as one.
Your turret has been destroyed.
We have learned much. Focus. My spirit is an unquenchable fire.
Communication there.
See two fires and never between. Never falter.
Dominating.
Never fear change. Gaia Kyrie. The answer lies within. Kiridi. Peace, no matter the cost.
An ally has been slain. Godlike. Unstoppable.
Challenge what you want.
Legendary.
We must all make our choices.
Legendary. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Never again will I sit idle.
He has been slain.
Heart and mind as one. We have learned much. My spirit is an unquenchable fire. Peace.
An ally has been slain.
I have seen two paths, and between. Focus. Never fear change. Never falter.
The other team of bow.
You have slain an enemy.
The answer lies within.
Has been slain.
Luciano.
Has slain an enemy.
Challenge what you know.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Focus. Sa Elisad Thierry. As I am a king, so
An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
never again. Never fall.
An enemy has been slain.
We have learned as much as we have suffered. My spirit is an unquenchable fire. I have seen two paths and made another between. Sa Elasa Kiridi. Never fail.
Ally has been slain.
The answer lies within.
Shuts down. An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Challenge what you know.
Shut down. Victory!
This shirt looks blue, y'all, but this shirt is actually green. But I'm cute in it anyway. Log in to start earning rewards. Let's see how we do that. What rewards?
I'd rather be home anyway.
Is going to be able to get, given that Bio started his own red, and the fact that Rumble and Rise can both collapse onto the Jarvan if NRG deems that that is the call. But still, split map scenario playing away from the Rumble going to be okay if you are NRG and playing into that Ashe Seraphine. Again, double Enchantress bot lane. I think that more hands are required, more skills required to execute this when you are playing these ranged supports, and it does put just a little bit more pressure on Baz and Protoss to try and figure this one out. As goes to be popped by Sushi, and yeah, lethal tempo Ashe, the approach velocity and the ghost rolling. That's tough, and sure enough, Bio talked about how wasn't going to be able to get access likely to all three camps, unlike what Kisno was able to do to him, and Kisno was able to take the wolves for himself.
Always trust your spirit.
Meanwhile, we get 5 Mini burning Ghost in the mid lane, and Bio's going to be able to try and take away the chickens, but again, Kisno's here. He does have fight, but Bio was able to at least get the big chicken away. He steals the #1 chicken nugget from Pack, and the rest go way off Kisno.
Kisno doing some work to path down towards this bottom side, where you can see there's a lot of priority established early side of NR. Again, I was looking forward to how Bio's going to play these early stages. Still going to go for pretty much the full clear before he does start impacting the map. So we'll see what lane he chooses to go for after that.
Yeah, it has been rather, I would say a nice opener for NRG, just utilizing the strength of Trundle's dueling early. Set up the map the way that they want to.
Yeah.
Can be quite valuable as Protoss. Warding mission. Good side step from Kisno.
Kisno just eyeballing it up right now, but Bio's finally going to get there. We'll be able to get both crabs, so not going to be the worst pickup for Bio. We'll ding him to level 4 as he takes another recall to go back and buy. Mudo doing some damage over to Arbrio, meanwhile, on the top side.
I think the game plan early on for NRG, if they can utilize these lane leads to take earlier fights, because if this game does go long, we know Ornn versus Rumble, Ornn scales really nicely into this matchup, and again, just the big R keys that AMI has access to between Cataclysm, the Call of the Forge God, and Tidal Wave. That is going to provide difficulty for NRG if they're fighting later on even footing. So I do think early on, NRG, they drafted lanes that I feel like can win. It's going to be important that they are able to utilize some of the strength they have in the lanes. As we did see 5 Mini have to burn that Ghost because Bio showed mid earlier, but has a little bit of a CS lead on the Anidia. I think a little bit more than what I would expect in this matchup, as we do see bot lane. Lethal tempo with the Ashe.
Yeah, Bio's down here now.
Bio's here. Yeah, Bio's here. I don't know if this is known.
Ooh, Sushi has no idea what's about to happen, and now they kind of get the clue as Baz goes forward, looking for the flag, and Drake cashes out Sushi! Baz will get first blood for Apex Mission Impossible!
Oh, the flag and drag guess from Bio. It didn't quite connect, but it didn't matter, as that lane in a tough spot, and of course, keep in mind, Kizno split the map early to try and protect that bot lane. Bio was able to get back in after he killed those respawn camps and found a really, really good take in the bot lane that's going to hurt Sushi and Spica quite a bit. So Tier 2 Boots rushed for Ashe, going to try and utilize the mobility and attack speed with those summoner spells being down. At least do the best that she can down there, but not exactly the start they were hoping to have in the bot lane for NRG is for Philips Noralco, one blade precision play. It's going to be Bio. Good find.
He tried with the flag and drag flash, as you had mentioned, didn't connect it, but it got him close enough to where Sushi was to finish off that kill. So that's still a pretty good pickup for at least the early presence of Bio. But this priority will still go the way of NRG, and that's going to get them a dragon pretty easily as they'll bully away the bot lane of Apex.
Yeah, I really like this timer from Kizno. I feel like this is the dragon timer. Like, yes, the bot play didn't go your way, but because they died, it means you reset first. That's the crab. Probably not his. Kizno. Uh-oh, he's stuck now.
Oh, yeah. He burned flash. Hey, you don't have any other mobility, so he is going to pop that ultimate onto Bio, but gets chunked out. Protoss is going to be the one to receive that kill, but questionable flash right there out of Kizno will result in his death.
Yeah, flashing into the pit. I feel like he teleported in the gladiator pit and found the Hulk. So that's not exactly what you wanted there as Kizno, but at least they did snag the dragon. But oopsies early on here for NRG. Yeah, we are teasing the team fight that we think AMI has with this draft later on. So in terms of this early game, the leads that we're looking for NRG only exist in mid.
Still got a decent one over on that top side. Zanudo has been getting quite the CS lead over against Arborio. Now Bio looking clear on his topside camps. Kizno is looking around for trouble. We'll look to smite away some of Bio's camps.
Executed.
Big crab or Big Krug. But yeah, I do think that Grubs is likely, so we did see NRG take the first drag, Grubs are close to spawning. I don't think Grubs are a real fight here for AMI. Retrosync does not have good conditions in the lane. Needs to help Protoss here to get some health back. And Anivia is not exactly a champion that can contest an objective. So between that and Zanudo having access to that equalizer that is so powerful early, I expect these Grubs to pretty quickly go the way of NRG, which means at least got off to the start of securing the neutral objectives early. It's good that AMI was able to show some fight. At least the gold they got back, but I don't think NRG, again, nothing has really gotten to the point of breaking. I would love to see Bio just knowing that it's likely potentially a Grubs take here. Maybe look bot again.
Equalizer being thrown down by Zanudo. He just wants to shove the wave and find a recall timer right here as he backs off into the jungle. Now Bio looking for the bottom lane once again. Gotta keep a close eye on those summoners. It's down for Spica. It's down for Sushi. Bio instead gonna set his sights on to jungle camp. Kizno's not far off though. And it's a great pick by Spica to take out Protoss, and the play gonna go completely awry.
Yeah, that's not what AMI was looking for, sadly. I really thought that Kizno was going to do the Grubs, but he was pathing down to protect his bot lane. He read the fact that Bio was working his way back bot. Sums are missing. He needs to be bot, protect them. Because if bot were to go down again, I think that's what really would have maybe broke the game open for AMI. And they had the setup, but Bio was on the rocks, and Protoss was a little bit too far under the turret. And good catch from Sushi and Spica makes that a little bit too easy as Kizno flashless.
All right, Kizno will be in the camp once again of the Cataclysm. Getting chased away, gets enough health, though, to survive the original onslaught. Now NRG on the counterpunch. They're looking for Protoss. They jump forward onto him, locked down by Spica. We'll get the beat drop going through. One more volley coming out of Sushi, seals the deal. Now Bio wants to run away. 5 Mini takes down Baz. He's slowed for days, nowhere to go but to the respawn. It's a double kill for Sushi as NRG come online.
Great pickup for NRG and some week 1 mishaps, I will say, for AMI. As the bot play didn't go their way, Protoss gets back out onto the map, and it feels like they almost made the same mistake again. As walking into the jungle, that was a warning mission that went awry. Well played to Kizno as the subjugate was enough to get him out of the damage in the combo early on, but that Realm Warp, AMI was so split on the out that this Realm Warp, I mean, the fight was already in bad shape, but Realm Warp just really ensures that NRG are able to clean it up. And again, Retro Zing is So I feel like Anidia is just kind of out of power for this fight, the way that AMI split on the retreat. I feel like they were pushing a little bit too hard early, and NRG finds a giant punish.
Now, just going to be an absolute menace as he is, though. He goes pretty much anywhere he pleases at this point. Even with the catch out that they were able to get onto him, one thing you always got to keep in mind is that subjugate, right?
I mean,
you are going to heal up quite a bit during those exchanges when you do pop it, and wasn't enough to take him down. Acted as the kind of bait right there.
I will say, I would be careful about saying a jungler can go anywhere he pleases after the Mundo games we saw yesterday. I feel like the rate of going anywhere that we please, a little bit different from what we saw yesterday with some of the big Mundos we had on the Rift for week 1. But yeah, Gizdo, if he has access to that subjugate, that's going to feel pretty good against the Ornn. That is one thing that we didn't mention in the draft. Of course, Ornn is that good matchup in the Rumble that we often see stand out if you don't take a top laner and Rumble's able to ask for bans. Ornn's something he does like to take away. Yeah, it's a good matchup, but still, you're playing Ornn into Trundle, and Ornn's passive gives you so many more stats, whether it's health, resistances, you get a percentage more of defensive stats. Yeah, Trundle just gets those if you get subjugated by him later on. So I think that is kind of a nice handcuff that NRG did put on the draft. If Xamino knew that Ornn or Sion likely to be picks into Rumble, at least you got Trundle in your back pocket to try and answer those. See, that pays off later.
This top side, NRG have called for the dragon, but a gank is called out onto Zamudo. They're able to lock him down. It'll cost them the dragon, but they finally stop the bleeding on Arbrio.
I think that's probably the right call. A lot of the conditions bot are not good for AMI. Yeah, like they don't have flashes on their bot lane, so Dragon's up, give that away, at least get something on the top side. I do like that read from AMI. That said, I still feel like NRG gets the win, especially if they're going to force Baz off the wave here. That's exactly what's going on. Subjugate was dropped, that wave is crashing, plates going over to NRG, and Baz is now
Yeah, a little bit of harassment coming out from that subjugate, but Kizno felt pretty confident. Again, the gank was over on the top side, so Kizno can apply a lot of pressure without much punishment to be found from Apex Mission Impossible. So Bio instead is going to stay on this top side and spend a little time taking away the camp, so Kizno will acquire that blue buff.
Yeah, also got a grub for himself. I think after this blue is going to go back and get another grub, so credit to Bio. Oh, hold on.
It's miserable. The Encore on top of it. Spica takes the kill, and underneath their own tower, they are not safe. This bot lane of AMI is suffering.
Nice to see Spica, playing a champ that you definitely don't play in the jungle. Doing a good job of it so far with Sushi. As AMI, who said their bot lane was missing conditions, they ended up catching those lethal ultimates that NRG go at them. And it looks like it started with Sushi and with Spica. Well played by the bot lane there. It did interrupt. I did want to give some credit to Bio. I feel like Bio's made a couple of decent decisions throughout this game so far, and Bio's a player for me that when we did see him in NACL with that Pulse roster that also was relegated last spring, he wasn't, for me, as a good mind for the game, but individually wasn't quite strong enough. And I think that he really worked on that throughout last split as Protoss is going down.
Yeah, he's going down. This is one of the worries that I had with the Enchantress meta coming in, is a lot of supports just kind of getting out of position, thinking they're a little bit more beefier than they once were. And that was one of those situations right there. Cutout warding was Protoss.
Yeah, I gotta say that, that was a big talking point I had coming into this split, is because Enchantress supports are good. Oh, hold on. Cancel was attempted by Kizno, not quite found. It's a good pickup there. But yeah, I do think that a lot of the Enchantress supports, it's a new challenge for a support. It's been a long time since we saw Enchantress be big.
Oh man, Arbrio's getting the worst of this one, does not get the knockup. Flamethrower goes off, and Arbrio, you're going against experience, man. This guy has won NACL before, most valuable prospect, most improved, finals MVP. Welcome to the NACL.
And welcome back, Zamudo. I love watching Zamudo play some League of Legends, and it's been a shame I've not been able to watch him play as much as we've seen in the past. He's always been a good Rumble player, and said the player. I think those Swifties kind of paying off that magic top side. Yeah, those lane leads for NRG, you know, it took a few minutes to really get things going, but after that play where AMI overextended by the Raptor camp, we saw the nice realm warp by Flyminnie. It really has been NRG taking off from there.
This is where the worries really start to compound, as Bio still going to look for an angle onto Fi. You need to get that stun. It does not come in time. And Flyminnie will take the realm warp right out of danger.
We have learned as much as we have seen.
That said, I think AMI as a team, I think they're the ones that are still in a bit of danger here, as the Dragon stacking, been a good start for NRG. We got 90 seconds till the next one. Kisno's on the timer where he's going to take the Rift Herald. They might be able to use that to pressure and take away the mid turret. I think removing mid-outer turret from teams that have Anivia on them is significant. If Baron spawns and that mid-outer turret's up, it makes the game so much harder to play into a champion like Anivia, but can fish with the walls, with the Qs, with all the above. So I think Rift, I really want to see that drop mid to remove that turret from Anivia. We have seen a lot of Heralds be used as Battle Heralds, which has been honestly quite a fun adaptation. But I'm expecting to see this one used mid to make sure that they have the right setup for the Dragon, because frankly, I don't think AMI can fight this Dragon yet.
If Zamudo is able to get there as well, his teleport's available, that's even
The answer lies
more danger that you have to consider. Zamudo does have his Leandries completed, now working on his second item with a 1.3k gold lead against Arbrio. That equalizer is going to do some work in the 5v5, and that's one of the dangers that Apex Mission Impossible got to think about, right? Because if you cataclysm the wrong person at the wrong time, you're standing not just in a glacial storm from your side, but you're standing in an equalizer from the opposing. All right, here we go. Pillar goes down. Baz will take the Valkyrie right out. Tidal Wave was spent. That's a big ultimate if you want to contest this Dragon that AMI are not going to have.
Yeah, they're looking at contesting this Dragon. I don't like this for AMI. They're going to go. PP come in.
Cataclysm already going to be used. Call the Forge God only lands onto one. Now AMI going to be in retreat. Flashing over the wall. Sushi. He's chasing down Arbio. He's chasing down Retros. And Glacial Storm comes out. Rift Herald going to collide in the mid and take down that tower. They'll grab an extra kill on the back of it from Arbrio, and they'll set up for Dragon with ease.
Well played. Good setup by NRG. I think the thing for AMI, when you're playing Anivia and walking into your opponents, I think that's a whole nother game than playing Anivia and when your opponents are walking into you. Yeah. That was a 4v5 setup where, of course, they had Zamudo TP in their back pocket, but NRG just allowed AMI to overextend into them. Got a pretty easy fight. Made everything look easy there, and now this game is really blown wide open. Mid-outer falls, third Dragon, that's Soul Point. That's a Mountain Soul at that, too. One of the best ones you can draw. Now, in NRG's pockets, they also got the Bot-outer. Every wave is pushing in their favor. Was a TP from Retrozing top to at least try and get something back, but he can't push fast enough. So yeah, 5.5k gold lead for NRG. And AMI, they have the team fight, but I think that they need the lane leads. This is where the difficulty was going to come in with the lack of winning lanes. It can be hard to find the right setups that a champion, especially like Anivia, needs. That was a much better played by NRG in a fight that I don't think AMI could take quite yet.
Bio did do his share of things to try and get the early game going, but it just wasn't enough. And considering the resources that were spent right before that fight, right? Like Tidal Wave going down, that's a huge team fight ultimate that's catching no one that you don't have. And again, engaging forward, as you had mentioned, can be quite disastrous for this team. You don't have all your resources, and they're able to counter-engage with stuff like equalizer. So now NRG, now kind of having their way with this map as they start to posture towards this top turret. The only outer that's still up on the map. Fortunately for Retrozing, being on the Anivia, it means he has pretty good wave clear to at least delay.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, but I really feel like that's where AMI's at right now, kind of delaying the inevitable. As in terms of what kind of proactive plays can we look for, they did get both the Sushi's sums off in the last fight, but Ashe is going to have the mid priority as long as Ashe has a couple of hovers here. I do think that Bio is going to need to try and punish Ashe. That really feels like the best way to go. That, or at least try and play around this Anivia, but Yeah, you can see that's where the power of the pillar can come in. I think if Kizno's hovering 5 mini, there's almost more pressure on the Anivia than there is on the Rise, and that's not what you're picking the Anivia for in this match. You're trying to punish that short-range Rise, so...
Yeah.
Don't really like the scenarios we have for AMI right now. And I think that not having Anivia mid too, for me, a lot of the power of Anivia comes from playing around her. Because the wall, the stun, the slow field, it is so powerful, especially as just a kid. But if you kind of just have Anivia catching side waves, I feel like, yeah, she can kind of scale, but you're removing a lot of the power and the pressure that she can put on you. When she is mid, you're playing around her, and you have the ability to maybe turn a good wall or a good Q into an actual pick.
Feels like for the most part, it's kind of a turtle angle to try and protect this top tower as much as possible. It gives you a little bit of safety, and it gives a little bit more CS to Retrozing to try and be at least more impactful later on. So that's the only idea I can get going behind it, but it still leaves this map state kind of disastrous for AMI in the grand scheme. Speaking of, looking for an angle in the mid lane, they see Bio out of position. Flagging Drake comes out. China Crystal Arrow going to land. The pillar will block off any escape route. Sushi will go on a rampage.
That's going to be Baron too, as Bio a little bit too far up mid. He's going to fall. And NRG continue to cruise, and what a nice debut for them. I mean, frankly, I got to say, Desrex, this is a bit of what we expected with NRG being favorites today. I think expectations again for both these teams are NRG is trying to compete for an LCS spot by the end of summer. This is a team we're expecting to be probably top 3, top 4 in the league. And AMI, we're hoping to see AMI, if you're an AMI fan, not be competing for the promotion relegation tournament. They're trying to avoid that, where community expectations are at. So frankly, I'd say a bit of what we expect when you go up against a team like NRG, where they have young players, but these are some of those promising players that we have seen in the past couple of years for NACL that are coming together and trying to really, be that roster that I think Pulse would have been at this time last year with Toasty, with Cryra, with Cryogen in the bot lane, right? Those are all guys that we saw kind of move up in the world. It feels like that's the build for NRG, whereas AMI, 3 rookies going up against that. I mean, this is kind of the position some of these players were in two years ago, right? So definitely a tough task for AMI in their first series here for NACL going up against a team like NRG. But for NRG, it's been a good showing.
To AMI have here, Dragon spawns in 35 seconds, and they're trying to contest for it. Their 5v5 is not strong enough at this state of the game. It's an almost 8k deficit that they're suffering from. Bio's going to try anyway as they look to catch out Kizno. Subjugate goes out, gives a little bit of healing. Here comes Cataclysm. Tidal Wave only lands on a 1-5 mini. He's able to find Bio in the back end. It's a double kill for 5 mini as he goes to town. Arbrio looking for something. He wants to return anything he can get, but will just flash over the wall to get to safety. Anivia Egg gonna get cooked. That's a hard-boiled one as Samuto gonna be the recipient of that kill. And NRG gonna lose absolutely no one as they're set up for Dragon Soul.
Oh man, I don't know if Samuto likes his eggs done like that, sunny side up or scrambled, but either way, those eggs were getting fried as at Rumble, cooking good. NRG feeling good. Mountain Soul going to be secured by Kizno as the Baron push continues in this game 1. Once again, feels pretty inevitable. It's going the way of NRG.
Mid inner tower goes down, and we hit that 10k gold lead for NRG, but that's not the end of it. Kizno whacking away at this dragon will give Mountain Soul to NRG. Pretty much everything you can ask for in a debut match.
Yeah, I mean, it really was just kind of the 2 oopsies early. Not even really oopsies. We'll give some kudos over to Bio. Had a couple of nice moves early in the game. Once again, I mean, after that 9 mini Realm War, really got the party started for NRG. They have not looked back. Poison Orange looking good against traditionally Canadian team that's only half Canadian this time around, or AMI. See what Coach Protos and the rest of the crew can do. They post-mort this one, because again, I think it would take a pretty big mistake from NRG to might find this. I will say that if I am AMI and Bio, I wouldn't mind seeing Bio go really hard at Sushi once again. Again, he's down flash. We've seen all the fights. Sushi, he has to flash out of the Cataclysm to get out of the Tidal Wave and the Called Forge God combo. That flash isn't available, so I know the game's grim, but I feel like if you're going to throw any Hail Mary on anyone, you got to try and find the action.
Enchanted Arrow comes out. It's followed up by the beat drop. You're stuck in the equalizer for so damn long. 5 Mini gonna go toe-to-toe with Retrosin. Gets caught up by the Flag Drag. Knockup will flash right out. Call the Forge got to try and stop Zamudo. Zamudo going in, looking to find those Electro Harpoons on any stragglers, but AMI forced to run away and forfeit that tier 2.
I mean, Zamudo just wanted some fried fish with his eggs. I don't endorse that breakfast.
Oh,
you know,
man.
Yeah, it's a little California filled with the avocado toast potentially and a little salmon, but either way, Zamudo, 12 place equalizer. This game's boring nowadays, Rex. You know, I hate to say it, but what else is going on in your day? It's a Friday.
Yeah, it is a Friday. We're at the weekend. There's nothing else going on after this. It's gonna be a boring weekend. What about you?
You know, I am taking some inspiration from Zamudo and the cooking he's been doing on the Rifts. We're gonna do some cooking tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I achieve Unk status.
Salmon and
tomorrow.
eggs, huh?
Yeah. So the big 3-0 is tomorrow. I gotta cook for some friends. Yeah, it's it's.
Yeah,
Ally has been slain.
everyone in Twitch chat, please wish Cubby a happy early birthday. It is
Please
tomorrow. Please do.
You know the game is bad because I'm talking about that. I shouldn't say bad. She's not entertaining anymore. This NRG was too good.
They're running away with it.
They were too good, you know, and now we're forced to distract our viewers with
Enemy killing spree.
shameful self-promotions of things that we don't want to talk about.
I mean, there's still great things to talk about when it comes to NRG, even if they are kind of coasting by. A big one for me is going to be Fimini. He looks spectacular on this team, on this rise. You know, he was part of Apex Mission Impossible back last Split 1, 2025. And with that, you know, it was a rough showing for that team. He was a big high point. And he's kind of showing why he was scouted out for such a experienced team in this NRG roster.
Yeah, I know too that with Fimini, of course, he is attending Maryville right now, so he's going to have more than one revenge match as he competes in NACL. And tries to put his best foot forward, but definitely one of the younger mids. He was one of the 4 rookie mids that we had debuting really last year at this time in NACL. I know it speaks a lot to Aojun, the fact that we felt like Aojun was the best before when it came to this split last year. I'm really excited to have Aojun back in the league. I'm also excited to have Fimini now. And we'll see what status it is. I know that we're likely to see Seronine as well at some point from NRG. That's a player that I think mechanically is very talented.
Here we go. Enchanted Arrow lands onto Arbrio. Equalizer going to be found. Fimini on the deep flank. Will take out Protoss. Not just yet. Instead, going to need a little bit of shielding, but there comes the engage. 1-2 punch from NRG. It's a quadra kill. He's looking for the Penta, but he's going to teleport in the wrong direction. Gets baited out by the recall. We still take that quad for Fimini.
We're not about Pentas and competitive. We're about wins. Never mind.
Wait, it might be happening. Fimini! Penta kill on his debut match in 2026 on this NRG roster. We said he's got some fire within him, and it's burning right now as NRG take a dominating Game 1 win.
Some people talk about manifesting. What about actualizing? As the actualizer rise finds the Penta, man, was he pumping damage with a hell of a flank there to wrap up Game 1. Fimini, man. What a debut. That's a good way to say, hey, you know, I know we got 2 bids. Here's what I can do on the Rift. As Fimini puts his best foot forward, a pentakill against his old team, that's got to feel pretty good. NRG take full control of Game 1 after that first play by Fimini, that first realm warp. He did not look back.
Yeah, Fimini, again, this was, he was part of that roster that did get relegated last year, back in 2025, Split 1, Apex Mission Impossible, but people realized that, hey, he has a pretty potentially high ceiling, and we're starting to see more and more of that as time goes on. NRG, so many stars on this roster, and for him to step up and be the biggest one in their Game 1 match, that is huge for him.
Yeah, huge. Great to see. Excited to see if they can continue it in match 2.
All right, off of that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break. When we return, we will get ready for that game number 2. Be sure to stay tuned.
Never falter.
Trip. Edge. Shame.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim, edge, shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
We must all make our choices.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL, the matchup NRG versus Apex Mission Impossible. Game number 1, gonna go the way of NRG, and we gotta start with the early phases of the game, right? Kizno versus Bio. We had some good plays coming out from both of them. Bio even setting up early kills for his team, so not a bad showing, at least in the early game.
Yeah, I liked the map from Kizno. I thought Bio responded pretty appropriately, and I enjoyed some of the back and forth we had actually between both the junglers. I think the game really broke open when they were setting up for the bot dive. They thought Kizno was on the grubs. I thought Kizno was on the grubs, to be fair, up here. Kizno wasn't. He came down the match, and bot lane of AMI was up a little bit too far. Got caught by a nice sushi arrow, and they came back down to the map and got caught by the 5-8 Realm Warp. And then 5-Mini Man, he really took off from there. I think that, you know, we were kind of talking like, man, I don't know if I hyped up this guy enough. And Eric, you were like, oh, I got him. We were hyping him up enough before the pentakill came in. Because kind of in hindsight, looking back, I feel like there were a lot of moments or ways where we saw 5-Mini be in good shape for this game. Like his conditions were better than his opponents, and I think that did enable NRG to do a little bit more early, something that we said they needed to do, as the team fight and scaling from AI they were showing was pretty good. NRG were able to get enough early, kind of took off from there, and made that game pretty difficult for AMI.
I mean, we had so many times where we saw this potential from 5-Mini, even back on that split that we were talking about when he was on AMI, Split 1 2025. You know, they beat Winthrop. A lot of that was through 5-Mini. He's an incredibly capable player, and now we're starting to see that potential come through. I'm very proud of what I'm seeing from him so far.
Yeah.
Again, one of the things I keep emphasizing is this is a very experienced roster that he's on. Ready to shine out in game 1.
My first exposure to him that actually was he was co-streaming OQs as AMI was actually making it into the NACL, like his POV. And if you're a player back home, like put yourself out there, man. Like stream your POV. But sometimes like you get notes. Usually if I'm watching and I see something like here and there, I'll send it, right? Because it's only fair if I do that and try and help you behind the scenes. I'm going to be up here and be a little bit critical as well, right? I remember watching him. I was really impressed by his control mage play. The Yone, not so much. The Yone's gotten a lot better. And hey, we're going to see 5-Mini again in game 2. As hopefully we'll see Sirone another day. He's a player that I'm also pretty excited about. But I think that the mid laner that got a pentakill, we can have 5-Mini play again in game 2. Let's dive into this draft. As Karma was picked up early, they denied the Ezreal Karma pairing NRG, so they went Ezreal hard. Now we have Xin Zhao picked as we're all caught up. Zen Karma, that already feels quite good if you are Bio. So curious to see what AD they want to pair up with Karma and play into the Ezreal plus the Bard. And hey, we can see what Spica's Bard is like, because this is a champion that, man, in terms of player skill and demonstrating that, I think that some players' Bards versus others, you can really see a differential in skill when this champion hits the Rift.
Yeah, Bard is a lot of fun to see, and considering how much, you know, Spica's role previously on jungle was to influence the map, Bard plays that very well. You can take a magical journey all across the place and roam around very efficiently on top of that. But as we get into the next pick for Apex Mission Impossible, they are going to go with the Sivir this time. So we got a lot of movement speed boost here, especially if we use that AoE shield from the Karma with the Thrill of the Hunt used by the Sivir. You can have a Xin Zhao kind of zooming all over the place.
Yeah, looking to go like Tom Cruise fast there for Bio, as going to try and slow things down here with Kizno, lock it in the Malphite. As Malphite likely to be in the jungle. We will see if that is enough to prompt a Sylas ban, as sometimes that's enough where you kind of have to self-ban the Sylas. So I'm going to see if that is the thing. But yeah, the Malphite for Kizno, that point and click engage, Sivir can of course get out of it with Flash Spell Shield. I think Karma can absorb it. But for me, NRG, I think it's a little bit of a risky comp they're running early on. I just think they need to make sure that whenever Kizno does press R, that engage is sound. Because if not, the ability for Sivir, Karma, and Xin to kind of take over fights later on is going to be very real. So it looks like AMI showing a little bit more scaling. Again, this game early on compared to NRG showing a little bit more early game.
And depending on who Bio locks down on, the Crescent Guard can be a factor of stopping a lot of these Mystic shots from doing damage and allowing him to kind of play the game that he wants to play. As now we look at the next set of bans coming in, NRG are going to take away the Sylas as well as the Victor, so targeting the mid lane, going right after Retrozing once again. It's a top focus for Apex Mission Impossible, all the meanwhile as they'll ban away the men.
Curious if we're gonna see a Hui come in or Fly Mini, because Victor Ban is a bit of a giveaway that we might look for that kind of champion out of the mid lane, because that is one of the better matchups. And frankly, a pick like Victor, I kind of like into Sivir, because you can at least try and zone off Sivir, or have a range advantage, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to protect the Hui. Meanwhile, Gwen and GP taken away. That tells me that Arbrio might be looking to Sion, and GP is definitely a Zamudo special. So definitely, I'm excited for when Zamudo is going to bust out that Gangplank eventually. We're going to see it, I hope, at some point during the split. He is a very, very talented Gangplank player, and that is also a champion that I think requires a lot of reps to be ready to pull up on stage, because that is a pretty mechanically demanding champion.
So we are going to save that counter pick potentially for the top lane as Mel gets locked in for NRG. Mel's had a lot of tweaks, but is still a very dangerous champion. Has a lot of range you can play with, and of course, being able to reflect certain ultimates is going to be a big deal. And that's responded to by Apex pretty well. You can't reflect a big Galio just flying into your team, so that's going to be picked up by Retrozine.
I think it's pretty telling. So I think a lot of people at home think of Mel, they just think of the W as the condition, like what big ults can I send back? You don't really see a big ult that Mel can send back early on. However, the other condition is the E. And if it's a melee-heavy team, that E, just how big it is, that ball going through the roots, that's really powerful. And I think that's kind of the condition they were looking for now. Because frankly, the bans, again, I was teasing Sion likely being picked. Sion plus Galio makes for an extremely beefy team to really try and empower the Xin plus the Sivir. I don't love how AMI rounded out their draft, because Malphite was showing quite early they don't really have any magic damage. And Zahen will run this draft later on. Yes, Sivir can take over the game, but playing Zahen into this many melees with a lack of magic damage, and then you get to really just scale in. I think that your ability to find Sivir later on is actually pretty real, given the bonus range you get. Just being Zahen versus your average melee, and the Q knockup's really tough for Sivir to deal with. I think that this game is set up for Zamudo to take over if this one ends up going late. He also really doesn't have to spec magic resist. He can really just spec armor, find that death stance likely third, and try and take over this game. So this is a champion that I think really scales based on how many melees are in the game, because his kit is about his passive. That passive, the bonus AD you get, is filthy. So I think Zamudo is going to have a really easy time getting that off, and that concerns me later on for AMI.
That's going to be a tough situation for Baz. You were talking about the melee as well. Sivir is incredibly short range as well. And one of the things about Sivir is you need to get autos off. You're going to have a lot that's in your face. It's not just the Malphite, it's the Zahen you were just mentioning that you got to worry. And of course, the Mal E that you were alluding to a little bit earlier. With Sivir not having the longest range, it does make it a little bit trickier to try and maneuver around. Could be something that baits out the spell shield early. As we head on to the Rift for game number 2 of NRG versus Apex Mission Impossible.
Well, props to Bio. He pinged a ward. 3 gold lead early. As we're going to see if Spica can maybe play Bard to the likes of what Aphromoo was able to do in the past. Thinking of some of the good players that, Spica would have been going toe-to-toe with. I guess it would have been a little bit later in Aphro's career, but excited to see what he can do on this champion, as early on, push being in the hands of Bard Ezreal was frankly not exactly what I'd expect, but seems like the early skill shot war went their way in the bot lane.
No, technically Aphro was a lane swap too.
Yeah.
Swapped from ADC to support.
That's a good shout.
People don't remember those days.
That proves you're an old head right there, Desirux.
Yeah.
Some people remember the Vayne in IPL 5, others don't,
I actually remember his time on Team Fear. Not the Cincinnati Fear that we knew, but it was a team that was trying to qualify through the Challenger Series back in the day.
Yeah, that was that's a great throwback. That is a great throwback. As looks like both of our junglers are going to be pathing down, with Bio being spotted likely on this one. Malphite not spotted quite yet. I will say that if they do meet at that bot crab, Malphite does win in isolation, as that auto attack speed slow is pretty nice.
It sucks, man. It just sucks to go against, though. But look at this. Arbio's getting critically low. Don't want to give the Zahen early kills, man. This could be pretty dangerous. He will tick up. and be drinking as much of those potions as he can to not fall super early. He does have the wave at least on his side.
We're just second win maxing in the top lane, you know?
Yeah, we really are, man.
As I don't love the conditions we have right now for Arbrio. I think that wave's too big where he is going to get the Sin, but I kind of expect for him to base after this. And again, Zahen scales to infinity in this matchup, and they're tied in CS right now, and Zamudo's about to pick up this really fat wave, all for himself. So, well played and well managed by Zamudo. Going to be an early lead for him, as we will see. Again, this game, the lack of magic damage just really concerns me. Because you're going into a Malphite and a Zahen, and Death's Dance on Zahen just synergizes too well with his kit.
Yeah.
I'm going to be concerned about that one later on for AMI, but at least the Scion, Galio, Karma making space for Sivir, like, it's not like AMI didn't build a cohesive composition. I think that this comp as 5 can definitely play. It's just, given what energy was showing and that Malphite showing so early, I just get nervous for what Kisno can be worth in this game later on.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of armor for this team. Zahen already mentioned, but Malphite, you know, his kit just inherently has a lot of armor in it. So definitely big worries to keep a close eye on. First recall coming out from Kisno. We'll have him back over towards this top side, still pathing through. I'm going to be watching for when Kisno does hit that level 6, because the unstoppable force that comes out from the Malphite, sometimes it can be pretty painful to read. Come out of nowhere, it's so quick and snappy at getting ganks going. It will be interesting to see how Bio responds on his own pathing to try and find a way in.
I think that Malphite reads kind of like Nocturne in the sense that I like to talk about Nocturne in the sense that your first couple ultimates of the game are really important. If you are not getting a lot out of your first few ultimates, the value of your champion goes down a bit. I feel the same way about Malphite jungle. These first few ults need to be impactful if they're going to make a dent in this game. So we'll see if Kisno's up to it. Kisno saw some nice back and forth in the last game from both of our junglers as we get the runes flying for the first time. Love that. Is that UI debuted at first stand? I like the look of that one, Desterux. I'm a little bit picky. We can fly a little bit longer next game. We'd love that too. But I didn't see anything in the brief glance, anything out of the ordinary.
Oh, here we go. Arbrio's getting really low. We'll be able to get that shield up though. Let's buy him some time. He wants to go for the solo kill onto Zamudo. Zamudo's going to flash out, not get caught by the axe. Now this puts Arbrio in a bad situation. Flash is burnt both ways.
Zamudo has more sustain given his Q and second wind. I actually really respect the flash out of Zamudo because there was a baby Q that was cast by Arbrio, and if that connected, that might have found the solo kill on Zahen. So Zamudo was not flashing air. That was a good flash from him, and that does force Arbrio back. He's got the Bramble now. But again, I still give the edge to Zamudo. Just given the champions in this matchup, Zahen scaling is crazy later on, and I think it's just going to make life really difficult for the Sivir. And that's what I like about this comp for NRG. They have a lot of ways to make life difficult for Sivir.
Dragon to be started up by Bio. All the meanwhile, Zamudo has to walk back to lane. One of the good things about Scion is you can use your first ultimate to just rush into lane and not miss out too much on the wave. No, Bio still on this dragon. Taking a look at where Kisno is. He's over towards this top side, so gonna give up that dragon without much issue. Priority going over to the bot lane of AMI.
Yeah, but ping's going down on Bio's camps, and I think Bio's aware of it as the back and forth continues. Bot objective secured. Kisno goes into the enemy top side. Is going to look at this red buff again. Kisno has 6. Bio does not. So any fight here will go to the side of Kisno. Oh my god, he was griefed by the pet.
Wow.
I mean, it was like 19 HP, and he was trying to walk out and get the pet to get it, and I think Bio's pet got it.
He just jumped right in. That is the most heroic pet, man. That's a good boy right there.
Oh my goodness. Give that pet a service medal.
Oh, red buff. Going over to Bio. Outplayed. Outplayed's the only word I can use. Calculated. That's another word.
Flabbergasted. I think that's where I'm at right now. As,
Flabbergasted.
That's a sad one for Kizno. That was the trade he was looking to
Bamboozled.
make. That's a nice pickup, though, for Bio. I mean, red buff on Xin Zhao. It's going to be up now for the Grubs. Again, I think whenever Malphite wants to cast that first ultimate, that's going to be a fight that I expect to go the way of NRG. And Grubs, it's one that Malphite likes to clear pretty quickly, but no red buff might be just the ounce of an advantage that Bio needs to maybe look for that objective on his own.
Taking a look at the bot lane right now, it's a slight CS lead going the way of Boz. See a lot of punishment coming out from Boz and Protoss. A lot of this, you know, you always have to enjoy the fact that when you have Karma, you got a lot of base damage early. That Mantra Q does a good amount of damage, does a good amount of push. So allowing that lane, at least so far, to go slightly neutral, a little bit more on the even side than anything else.
Sivir into Ezreal early on is kind of nice too, because you just dominate the wave as Sivir, which is exactly what we've seen from AMI so far. And well, if you're able to just play the wave, that means you're getting farm, and Sivir with farm, quite scary later on. That said, Ezreal, later, when you get your item evolves, you have a big range advantage. So if you're able to poke out Sivir, again, I think a lot of this comp's about making life hard for Sivir. And we saw that yesterday with the Maryville game. And hold on.
Oh,
Ooh,
Zamudo
so
looking to finish it up. So close. I saw about 70 health remaining on Arbrio right there. But Zamudo, this is easy for him. There's not much he has to worry about now. Fight going down in the bottom lane. Can't get out of the Magical Journey. Finally uses it in time. Now Bio, in a bad way, has to back out. Kizno still going to stay on top of a Magical Journey taken. Protoss going to follow suit, looking for any kills that he can set up for Boz. None going to be found, as no first blood in this first fight.
And that's the Malphite all used. So no blood, nothing. Able to absorb it. Kind of used to save Spica. I don't exactly see how that play started, but it looked like the Tempered Fate was used by Spica try and protect himself as well as go for the catch. The fact that it amounts to nothing, though, I think if you're AMI, you're okay with that. Sivir is continuing the farm. The concern, what I was going to talk about before that skirmish was that we did see yesterday the Maryville versus Conviction game, which was, I think, a really high-level series played early on by both those teams, so I want to give kudos to both, but Maryville in Game 2, we did see Conviction make a lot of nice plays into the Sivir. Jerry had 2 fights where one I thought was a really good execute by Conviction that Jerry was caught out in. Another one he accidentally flashed into a Malphite or a Alistar combo that made life hard for him. But the target the Sivir is going to be the game plan for NRG. Ezreal will have a nice range advantage to try and pepper Sivir later on. So curious really how fast Boz wants to get lifesteal in the build, because I do think that's something that might matter, given that Mel poke and Ezreal poke. It's going to be trying to be used to make sure you don't have the best conditions going into these fights.
Speed of peppering, a lot of damage coming out from Fimini on this Mel. Radiant Volley has a decent range, and going against a melee in the mid lane, sure, Galio is supposed to be that kind of anti-mage, but eventually that damage does add up. Combined with a lot of those autos that come in, people don't realize how much damage a Mel can do with those over time, making it for a bit of a tough lane. Strong lead the CS department for Fimini. Oh, now here we go. Five breaking out. Chain's going to be used. Finds it on a Spica, but for the most part, only support's taking damage here, as both of them will take a recall.
I was stunned. I was thinking about what Kizno's next move might be. Which is what, that's kind of what stunlocked me. As he's walking out of base with a little bit more meat behind him with that Giant's Belt.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going straight bot with Spica. Because I think what can be hard sometimes is Malphite is if there isn't a flash that's down. You still got to send the Unstoppable Force, but if that is flashed, I mean, that you're trading up in cooldowns, but fight-wise, that's a lot of power you're going to lose if that doesn't connect, right? So I think with this dragon spawning, I'm curious to see what Kizno does, because that ult for flash trade is not exactly one you want to make right now, because you don't have the ult available for the dragon. A lot of power gone. I want to see Kizno remain disciplined with when he drops this ult. I don't think you can lead with it. I think you have to kind of let AMI make a play. Say that. Yep, okay.
Oh, Bio's jumping right into it. Rio Heroic Entrance going to find the knock-up and gets a kill. Oh, so easy. It looked for just a second there. I mean, the chain of ultimates come together beautifully for Apex Mission Impossible, and now they'll have the setup for the dragon.
I mean, he was able to get out of that. So the combo connects. He goes down. Second Dragon going to the side of Bio and the Sivir team. This is a good start for AMI. If you're starting the game with 2 Dragons as a Sivir, you're really happy with energy. You might want to fight.
Oh, Kizno's looking scary right now. He'll just walk up and smite it away. Bio can't get the smite. Still going to try and fight this one out. Going against Kizno. Looking for the unstoppable as it's found. 3-man knockup from Kizno. Goes on to Protoss, and now it's the cleanup crew. Double kill found by Sushi as Apex Mission Impossible are sent away dragonless.
Bio used smite in the fight. No smite was available for the Dragon, and it kind of felt to me like Kizno was almost tracking that. If not, he was for sure flipping it, and the flip comes up the way of Kizno as he played that fight beautifully. As, again, look at Bio. No smite. That smite is on cooldown. Kizno walks in, and look at him buffer the Galio taunt. So after they get Bio, he's going to buffer the taunt, finds a 3-man knockup. Beautiful there with the Unstoppable Force. Spica follows up great, too, as he gets the 2-man bind. Fight over, and what was a good start for AMI gets completely flipped on its head in the mid-game by NRG yet again.
Shout out to the patience of Kizno. You mentioned buffering right through that taunt. He could have used it so much earlier. Tried to jump on Sushi. It would have been a reaction type of game. No, he waits until the most prime of moments. It's a great play from Kizno, not only getting the steal, but securing the team fight.
That was perfect, and I think that's why Kizno, for me, this is a team that Spica's on, and Kizno's jungling, right? Spica signed up for this lane swap with the team, but Kizno is a player that I think warrants excitement from a lot of fans because he has great game instincts. You can pair some of the mechanics. I mean, this is kind of what happens when you're a Kindred player out of the jungle. You have to have hands. You're going to play Kindred on the ladder, but some of the instincts that Kizno is able to pair with it just naturally, for me, is what makes him pretty exciting.
And another exciting player is going to be Sushi, paired alongside Kizno. Unstoppable Force finds another pick. It sets up Sushi for success. That's his 3rd kill of the game. Going a little bit too far in every single lane. Protoss will fall in the bot lane.
Things going from bad to worse here for AMI. NRG starting to take over, and you know what? We haven't looked at this top lane in a while, but what's been going on while action's been elsewhere? Zumuto's got a big CS lead at Trinity Force, and we spent a lot of time talking about how Zahen can take off in terms of the scaling.
You always got to be careful. If you overcommit at the wrong time, that revive can be up. Will time out. A lot more taken from Zamuto as he just whacks away at that tower, taking chunk after chunk, pulls Arborio in. CS lead going strong, about 30, separating them. 1.3k gold in total. Zahen's going to be a menace as this game goes on.
Yeah, all of NRG looking like a menace, as this is a heck of a debut for a team that is looking to compete for it all. Nice Spica.
He stops the ultimate from Arborio, gets right in the face to make sure there's no escape path, and Spica setting up the kill.
And if I'm Spica, I mean, I think the vibes are so good right now, I'd be flaming Zamuto for flashing, you know? As he's like, I had that one in the bag, don't worry about it, top. Really well played by Spica, love the angle. Making life even harder for Arborio. That said, 2 people showing top. Siege is bottom. AMI gets a couple plates, but still trading down. As not only is Zamuto going to be able to likely wrap up that top side turret, but also Rift Herald on the board. See if Kizno makes his way up there.
A lot of attention for Apex Mission Impossible is towards the bottom side. You can see they've set up a lot of vision over there. NRG looking to push forward. Unstoppable Force goes out. They're looking to blow Bio up. Oh, he's staying alive, though. He's able to fight through it. Heroic Entrance comes through, and it's Kizno who shut down. A lot of gold going over to the Sivir.
Nice turnaround by AMI, and what was a decent engage and follow-up from Kizno and Spica. Not enough gas in the tank. Well played by Bio. He got multiple Sundered Sky procs. That's what kept him alive, along with the Karma and the Galio coming in. AMI able to turn that one around, get a little bit of shutdown gold onto the individual they wanted on in Boz.
Yeah, nice little turnaround right there. Coming out from Apex Mission Impossible. It's
Sivir gold?
It's Sivir gold. It's a lot of breathing room. This gold lead was starting to get out of control now. Still 4K. It's a lot at 16 minutes, but it's a breath of life coming out of Apex Mission Impossible.
Man, I gotta say, NRG, a little bit of an oopsie there, but still the start that NRG has had to their split, you gotta be happy with it. And I think some of the team play we've seen from Kizno and Spica, this is why I was excited for Spica's support. 'Cause, again, this guy is a jungler. You know, like, the hands are there. I feel like he had a good mind for the game, but at times I think when the game script got broken, he didn't always respond in the best way. At support, I think that the way you handle that is different. Because you're able to follow up on Kisno and kind of dictate the script together. I think the way that, like, what I've seen from Spica so far, I just think they're playing this one out, correctly, with the Bard following up with the Malphite, but I'm excited for Spica in this role just because I think that at support, you know, he's a player that wants to take some risks. Those risks, I think, are easier sometimes to take as support. And just having less resources, you are forced to maybe follow the plan or make the plan with your team instead of lead it. I think for me, those two things could be really, really good for Spica because in terms of hands, communication, what he brings to the team, these are all things that we always have known Spica to bring that are all real positives to a team. I think if he can fit that in support role and just how the game works and like where that fits in, for me, I think that's where the person fits in a team. And that's kind of why I'm really excited about Spica support. And so far, the way him and Kisno play together has been good.
That was one of the big things I had mentioned was just how transferable jungle skills are to the support role. Again, another shout out to Dardoch, who had transferred to that role before, now back on to jungle time being. But yeah, transferable skills, they really do show in moments like this where Spica can play the map beautifully. Now NRG 5k lead. Moving to the next step. They have 2 dragons to their name. One was picked up by AMI. That was rather early in the game. Mudo looking to put pressure onto Retrozing all the meanwhile. As Apex Mission Impossible, they try and find where their next step is going to be on this map, but it's a big challenge, mostly playing to the side lanes with Arbrio.
Yeah, I mean, for AMI too, at least you got one of the dragons early, because it really feels like, you know, that last dragon definitely was going their way. It does buy a little bit more time to try and stall. You get gold down to the Sivir, but man, Sivir's really far behind the curve.
Yeah.
Even after that big shutdown. You have Sushi at the 2-item mark, and this is where I like the Ezreal into the Sivir. I think the lane can be tough because Sivir kind of jails you under the turret, but now any Mystic shot that connects onto Sivir is a decent chunk of health.
Cosmic Binding finds a stun on the Protoss. Bio's looking to jump in and fight this one out, but Sushi is peppering him with those Mystic shots. Now looking to back out. Apex Mission Impossible have lost too much health. NRG will walk away with the blue buff.
Spica wants that one for himself. He's like, I still gotta feel like a jungler, you know? Give me that blue. As we'll see what plays next here. I think NRG has done a nice job of keeping this game a little bit of a quicker pace. I like when you play Malphite Bard, you want to take down flashes, you want to play fast. Flash is missing against these champions, you feel a lot worse than it flashes up. So I think NRG have done a nice job of this so far. Curious if they're able to really pull anything off big before this dragon, because now Baron's on the map, so any play that goes the way of NRG can threaten that one too, as Fly Mini is in Narnia.
Yeah, not sure what he's doing there, but losing his life nonetheless. Bio, recipient of that kill. Does give breathing room to Apex Mission Impossible, but not that much, actually, as Sushi's just still peppering away in this mid lane. Fortunately for Boz, being on this Sivir, I mean, you got good wave clear. You can try and turtle up for a little bit and try and find that scaling that you desperately need. Cosmic Binding onto Bio will stop him from jumping onto Spica all the meanwhile. Does give Apex Mission Impossible some time to at least get vision around this Baron, a potential area that NRG might be looking to play towards next.
That was a bad death from Fly Mini. It's just going to be time to fix the waves. Nice interaction there by Zumudo, who has a big lead in the top lane. I think the issue now for AMI is they cannot play 3 lanes this game. Zahan is going to murder Sion and Galio in the side lane, especially the Galio, who was not able to tech armor, by the way. So you can see Galio, he saw Zahan in the side lane, immediately goes back to base. They're going to look to flip things around, but if you're AMI, you got to drop waves. And try and group with the Sion Galio and play around this Sivir. I think that last sequence, getting Fly Mini, they were able to kind of correct their 3 lanes, but I don't like seeing AMI deploy onto 3 waves again. Come mid, Arbrio. Let's try and make something happen or try and find a pinch. As sadly, he's behind, and AMI, they don't realize that Spica is behind them.
Spica will still be able to find his way out, though. Magical Journey, Bard is a very slippery champion, but no, here we go. Looking for the catch onto Spica. He flashes over the wall. Wind becomes lightning, doesn't find Spica, so he'll get out at the cost of his flash.
A little bit more expensive than when he would have liked to put the flash, but that does buy time for Zamudo to go to work in the side lane. And now Arbrio has to respond. He's going to be playing catch duty again, and this opens the map back up for NRG. With Dragon spawning here in less than a minute. We'll see if they shift that power from the Baron over to the Dragon. I do not think that Baron can be melted fast enough by AMI, as Sivir is really their only damage. It will be significant,
Yeah.
so I think that this is NRG's time to shine.
All right, here we go. MI looking for an angle on the top side. They want to find 5 Mini once again. We'll put at that Solar Snare, but it's not enough. Protoss gets the kill, however, which is going to be the sad part of that, but still pressure relieved on the top side. You got to look in the mid lane, however, where Sushi looks to grab a tower.
Yeah, I think that if you're going to give the Dragon, you're going to look for a play on top side. That said, that play was made a little bit early, and given 3 grubs around NRG, that play was quite punishing. As the mid-inner falls, the next wave gets cleaned up. They're fighting!
Unstoppable force comes in. It finds Retrosing. Retrosing trying to use the heroic entrance to get out of it. Finds it on the Protoss, but you can still be chased down when there's an Ezreal on your tail. Tempered Fate will lock down Protoss, and it's a double kill for the Big Rock Kizno.
No Dragon required. I think it might be a Baron look. Yeah, Sushi going to start tagging that one. Sushi had a nice fight as well. Had a good quick to stay out of the Galio ult. As that's going to be Baron melting. And AMI, again, what was a play on the top side? They used a few tools. I'd like to look in the 5 Mini. I don't think they needed to send 4. Maybe they could like keep one more mid, maybe keep that turret alive, maybe stall out NRG a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think the fact they sent 4 just gave NRG too much on the map, and the play afterwards. Great look from Kizno and Spica syncing up once again as Sushi pumps out the damage. AMI can't contest, and that's Baron now in the hands of NRG.
And again, in sending 4, Protoss got the kill, so it wasn't even as worthwhile as you would have really wanted. So much given over to NRG now. 7k lead, almost 8k for them with a Baron buff. And it's Zehen in the side lanes. Zehen with Baron buff. Good luck.
Yeah, I fear that we're not even going to see Zahen get to the Death Stand stage, you know? It's... which is too bad. That's when the real fun begins. Because that champion and that item are definitely not okay as a combination.
I don't like seeing towers blow up that quickly.
Well, that's the crystals, man.
It's crazy.
The crystallization. It is kind of crazy. I think that mechanic's nice. I wish they would nerf it a little bit. If you haven't touched a tower in like 2 minutes, just go give it a love tap. It literally is just a 320 gold.
Well, pressure in the mid lane, pressure in the bottom lane now coming out from NRG. As they set up the waves, utilizing this Baron buff as best as they can. Kizno waiting in position, has the unstoppable force bio's going to jump in with the audacious charge, looking for some Mudo. Mudo and Kizno going to walk out A-OK, still trying to clear the waves as Apex.
We'll say Sushi to go for the Sereldas this game. I think LDR has some validity against Sion Galio. Just throwing that one out there. Also curious to see if a Serpent's Fang comes in at all. Went up against Karma Sion, definitely enough to warrant something like a Serpent's Fang. But I don't think NRG are worried about their items right now. Their gameplay has been pretty good. Yeah. 8-4 on the scoreboard, but an 8.5k gold lead, and they don't even care about that last dragon. They just want to use the Baron on the wave. They'll take the dragon on the exit.
Now this
siege continues.
This is at least on the positive side for Apex having the Sivir. It's good wave clear, which is making it harder for NRG to actually take this tower very close to that mid wave. It will be able to claim the tower. Inhibitor exposed in the mid lane as NRG pull back for the dragon.
Pretty wild to think about the game impact that Zamudo's had as a 0-0-1 Zahen. Seriously, like,
yeah,
this guy,
it's terrifying.
I feel like he's like deaf muted, rocking the techno. Just going to work in the side lane this game. All right, well, we got to the Death Stand stage as he just one-shot that item in the base, and this is where the fun begins. For Zahen.
Saying we weren't having fun before?
This is where the real fun begins, Deseret. This item on this champion is not okay. As TP coming in top.
Not okay. That might be the situation here for Retrozing. Zamudo gonna look for the chase. Tempered Fate goes out, just catches Retrozing. Now pulled in by Zamudo. Zamudo wailing away onto this Galio. Unstoppable force eviscerates Bio. He's gone in the blink of an eye. And now this tower is forfeit as Energy proceed forward. Looking for the Cosmic Binding, doesn't find out on the Protoss, but he gets pulled back in by Zamudo. You were right, Cubby. The fun definitely begins as Zamudo's going to work.
Nice try there by Spica on the Flash Cosmic Binding. I gotta say, Spica, I'll see your Bard again. You got permission to play it again. And it's good to see the hands of the jungler showing to the support role a little bit. As Spica, former jungler, and his current jungler, I think did a great job of syncing up this game to really make sure that this map was ran by the two of them. By Mini. Had to soak some stuff on weak side, a couple ganks that he wasn't able to quite deter. Don't think that made a big difference as Zamudo wins this 1v3, by the way.
Oh, God. Here we go.
Never mind. Boz is there. Boz is there. Never mind. Galio Scion, no impact on this champion. Give him that fight again. I want to see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, you Grim Deliverance forward, not backwards.
Please nerf this champion. Whether it's the passive or the fact you get free bonus armor pen, just please.
Kind of has it all. It's ridiculous how much he can really do. And oh my goodness.
He's strong. He's strong. He's a new champ, you know? He's got to be big.
Dude, one Radiant Volley and Boz is already popping through the hunt. He needs to get away, and so does Arbrio. The entire Apex Mission Impossible team heads for the hills as they realize just how strong NRG are.
Now looking back here for NRG, as an org that did hoist LCS trophies, looking to get their way back into the league through promotion relegation and off to a good start. His last inhibitor to go, and they're going to fight.
Zamudo getting a great outplay, getting away from the disemming smash, now focusing on the Bio. Crescent Guard going to be used to get away from what was imminent death headed his way. Will dodge away from the True Shot Barrage. Now another inhibitor under attack, the final inhibitor before double supers coming in, and NRG look to put on the pressure and take down those Nexus towers. Jumping in his Bio, ooh, Unstoppable Force doesn't land. Bio's able to flash in time, but I don't know how much that's going to mean as the Solar Snare goes out, finds Bio. Bio still staying up thanks to the heroic Entrix. Tempered Fate goes out. Arbio doesn't have a backline to really work with right here. Sushi able to back up. Another Solar Snare goes wide. Grim Deliverance going forward right out of Zamudo. He'll pull two right in. He has the revive ready, so he doesn't care. He'll take those towers. First kill going the way of Phi Mini. Now fighting underneath the tower. Shut down onto Kizno is found, but you don't have structures left in the base. What do Apex have left as the final Nexus tower falls and super minions pile in? Sushi finally goes to the gray. Spica trying to stay alive. Will put out the Cosmic Radiance, looking for Baz. Baz gets chopped down by Zamudo, and Zamudo on Zahen is an absolute beast, an absolute monster, and it's a warning to the rest of the league that NRG are here to play with the 2-0.
I think coming into the league, a lot of fans think that Sniper would have been the top laner to beat. I've got Sniper versus Zamudo on my index card as the matchup to watch, because Zamudo, he's a beast and a half, and that's Zahen. The amount of pressure he was able to put down on the map at 0-0-1, rather crazy. I think that pick was rather crazy in that draft. That's like a dream draft for Zahen, quite frankly. And we didn't see Zamudo get to work until quite late, but man, was that pressure felt. And once he did, you could see why we were talking about the Zahen so much. He was a pretty happy camper in that game.
I mean, he spent most of the time just farming up. I'm going to take a plate here, take a tower here, and get CS leads that Arbio couldn't even dream of. And as you said, the party really did start the moment he got that stance where he's able to stay deep into these fights for longer and keep pulling people in, man. It was something disgusting to see, and it was pretty much a dream scenario for him nonetheless. Not much Apex Mission Impossible could really do about it. NRG, a very strong team.
Yeah, and for AMI, I gotta say, 3 rookies making their debut, going up against a team like NRG. Frankly, we kind of expected the series to look like this. And for AMI, I just think going back to the drawing board, it's week 1, you gotta show growth. So what kind of growth can you show as we move forward in the league? And really prove that AMI and these rookies can at least, stick around or also fight to not be at the bottom of the table, where a lot of people have that expectation. and given the experience of this team, that's somewhat fair. This was the result we expected today. But for AMI, I do want to give an honorable mention to Bio. I think that Bio made some nice moves early on in the games. I feel like he was playing maps decently well. Rest of AMI, though, against the Might, that was NRG. A little bit too much for them. As NRG really, I think, utilized Zamudo on the 2 carry top laners to do a lot of work.
I want to ask a question right here, as you are kind of the support aficionado. Spica on support, this time the Bard. You gave him permission, but what was the overall opinion of his play? He was very active on the map. Did some plays like blocking the unstoppable onslaught that Arbrio was trying to get away with over in the top lane. Had some great tempered fate, some great cosmic bindings. Personally, I'm going to say straight up, he impressed me.
Yeah, I mean, he gets the Bard pass again. I feel like, again, I really like the way that he followed up with Kisno. 2 of them for me ran the map and really enabled for Zamudo to do the work that he did. I really want to know how much damage Zamudo dealt in that last fight, because I feel like that number would not have been as big unless they went Nexus Brawl. But yeah, I think for Spica, again, I have no doubts about what this guy can bring to the team in terms of comms and in terms of mechanics. It's just about how can you adapt to this role. Good debut for him. Seraphine and the Bard, I think that, honestly, if I think of a jungle role swap to support, would I rather have Engage meta or Enchantress meta? I'd probably rather have Engage meta. Like, Nautilus was a jungler at some point. A lot of junglers like Sejuani, J4, Zac, are the ones getting the party started. Enchantress is a very different role. So I think this is going to be a challenging split for Spica, just given the swap, because I think he's going to be forced to play a lot of champions that he wasn't used to playing before. And for the Seraphine and the Bard, I thought he was up to the task and the challenge here for week 1. So that was good.
All right, we are getting word that our MVP has... Actually, we're getting word that it's not exactly ready just yet, but we'll get there. We'll get there in just a second. I'm loading it up. I put in the USB thumb drive and I'm going to deliver it in just a second. But yeah, talking a little bit more about this. I still got one. It's Zamudo. I finally got it loaded. We're good. But yeah, Zamudo, especially in this last game, the Sehen was absolutely immaculate. But even the Rumble game, where he really did show up in a lot of those team fights with well-placed equalizers. There's a reason we're so high on this player. Most improved player 2024. He was the finals MVP when he was on Dragonsteel and won the summer split in 2024. Our most valuable prospect in split 1 of 2025. And yeah, this guy is beyond NACL and he still shows it.
Yeah, I was really bummed that we couldn't see him play at the next level, because I think as many kudos as we can give Zamudo for how good of a player we think he is, I think how his peers talked about him says a lot more. You got players like Dokla saying, like, they stepped into his shoes being like, I'm kind of bummed Zamudo couldn't play. He's good. I would have liked to compete against Zamudo in the league. I think that really speaks to what this guy can bring to the Rift when he gets respect from his peers at the next level. And man, did we see what he could bring to the Rift today.
All right. So off of that note, we got to have an interview, man. And even though Zamudo was our MVP game 2, I'm going to look back at game 1. There was someone who was beastly on the Rift with a pentakill to boot. We're going to have an interview with Phi Mini. So let's please welcome him to the broadcast. How you doing, Phi Mini?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm doing good as well, man. I mean, I want to say, first of all, that was an amazing debut to see on this NRG roster specifically. There's so much talent on this roster, and for you to stand out with a pentakill, I mean, that's some amazing stuff. So I want to ask, how has it been playing with the likes of, Spica and LCS veterans, Zamudo, someone who's won so much in the NACL? How do you feel in this environment?
I feel like pretty happy, pretty grateful to have the opportunity to play with some people I would say have a lot of experience and can help me out in game for sure.
Well, it's good to hear. Coming into this match, this was one of your old orgs that you were facing. Did you have any conversations before decided to go to war with them?
I did not, actually, surprisingly. I thought I would, but I didn't really. I guess I stopped talking to them a couple months ago, but we stayed pretty close for a while. So it was interesting to see that we didn't really talk beforehand.
All right, talk to me a little bit about that Rise game we had talked about just a moment ago. You did look fantastic going against the Anivia. Anivia, someone who punishes a lot of short-range champions. You had no problems getting through that. Then you had that monstrous flank. So tell me about that game, and of course, leading up to that pentakill.
I mean, yeah, we knew they were going to pick Anivia. I didn't really care. I think the Ryze is the most OP champ in the game, and they decided to let me have it, so I was like, okay. And then, like, going into the game, I kind of just, like, knew that if I just do my job properly, we'll win. And so I just chilled, got, like, a pretty decent lead in lane, and then once I hit my spikes, I felt pretty confident in the team fights, and I just ran them down whenever I could.
All right, so one of the interesting things about this NRG roster is there's 2 mid laners. It's you and Sirenai. So what is communication like between you? Do you guys like kind of talk back and forth, scrim at all? Tell me the details.
I would say we're pretty close, to be honest, compared to like how I thought it would be when I initially joined. I thought that we wouldn't really talk, but we DM and talk and go on calls all the time, and I'll even 1v1 every now and then if we have like matchups we want to do and stuff like that. So it's honestly been pretty chill with me and him, I think.
Going into this season, is there anything you're looking to prove? Of course, like we did see you on the Apex Mission Impossible back in Split 1 2025. It was a rough showing there, and now seeing this like kind of reinvigorated version of you, what are your goals, man, outside of just winning the whole NACL?
I think I want to prove that I can get to the next level. I think when I was on AMI, I definitely showed that I was still a rookie and would make really big mistakes and like blow up the game for myself, but trying to prove that I don't do that anymore. I mean, I might have done it a little bit in the spell game, I can't lie, but you know, I'm just still working on it, trying to be a more consistent player, trying to show that I can get to the next level for sure.
Yeah, it's about development, it's about growth, and you're definitely showing that so far. Next question, who are you looking forward to facing in the NACL in these coming weeks?
I mean, it's got to be probably MU.
I knew it.
I got a lot of people over there that I like, and they're friends, so I'm excited to play against them for sure.
All right, before I let you go, do you have any shout-outs you want to give?
I'd say shout out to the NRG team, obviously. My team has been great. The coaching staff's great. Everything's been great with them. My family, of course. They just text me after every game and give me a bunch of hype, which makes me really happy. And then I guess like Toasty and Manui as well. Those guys are pretty good friends of mine, and they obviously are a great help to me whenever I talk to them.
All right, that's great to hear, man. I'm really looking forward to see how you develop with this NRG roster. You've already shown some promising features already, so I'm sure it's going to be an exciting season. I want to wish you the best of luck on the rest of the season, and take care. Thank you for the interview, brother.
All right, thank you. Bye.
All right, so how about that? It was obvious that it was going to be MU in his crosshairs.
Yeah, I think it was, you know, kind of like you got to beat the guys, you know. But yeah. Hey, shout out to Toasty and Manui. I know Manui is a player that I'm actually really bummed isn't competing in NACL. I think as a support, that guy is more than good enough to play in the league and be competitive. I mean, as an AD too, but as a support, I thought he was really exciting just knowing how much he can lead teams behind the scenes. And then I talked on my co-stream yesterday. I talked to Toasty once while he's been over at G2 North. I had to ask if he had any Donners in Germany. He said he did. They were very good. It is the best food over. They're so good. Street Donners, undefeated.
Well, we got to start moving on to our next matchup, and that's going to be Supernova versus Citadel. But before we start hitting the details of that, we have an interview with Coach Bach. Cubby, take it away.
All right, let's go. Coach Bach, I would say a friendly across. Oh, looking good too. I like it, Bach. Good to see you. Bach, it's the start of a new year. You've got a new squad. I know putting this squad together, you're returning with Supernova. But what did you value more as you dove into this split and kind of built this roster? Was it skills or attitude as you put this group together?
Oh, man. Well, first of all, Cubby, it's good to see you, but it's also good to be seen. You know, I saw Pocus looking pretty fresh beforehand, so I had to go in and throw on my own. I had to, outmog the other coaches here. But as far as the roster goes, I'm a very firm believer. I have some values that go further than just skill at the game that I believe rosters need. And I think too many teams focus heavily on just like, who's the best player, completely disregarding motivations or dedication, communication, maturity, emotional, just like all these other soft skills that I think are incredibly important. So I really wanted to take my extra time, do my due diligence, and build the best roster that I could believe in this split. And I think I'm very happy with the roster we ended up with.
That's great. I know word around the street is that you guys were kind of late to build this team. So how many weeks or how many scrims have you guys been able to get as a group of 5 together?
More than one, but
more than one.
Yeah. There we go. No. Enough. Like we did enough scrims of tryouts, I feel like, to kind of bridge that gap. But yeah, not as many as I would have liked. But we got the whole split to make things right. It's a learning journey, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I said, everyone's signing up, hopefully, to take the group they have to go to LCS. That journey starts now. Of course, first opponent, going to be across the rift, going to be Citadel. In terms of prepping for them, what do you think the biggest challenge that you expect them to present you with today is? Or what are you prepping for specifically with their team that you think they do well?
Yeah, so my biggest challenge prepping for Citadel was like my Razor ran out of battery right before the match, and I was afraid I'd be less bald than Colomer, so I had to make sure that was charged. Besides that, I don't think that extreme amounts of like minute prep this early in the season when there's not a ton of data to go off of. You can go off of like player tendencies and stuff. I know about a lot of these guys having the fortune to work with some of them in the off season, but it's mostly just internal, like, hey, how can we show up prepared, well rested, well fed, well prepped with our own pryos, and then kind of just do our best on the day. So no personal prep. We're just here to do our best and win 2-0. Easy.
For some of the stuff outside the game, what kind of difficulties is it like enforcing that remotely? Like whether it's food, nutrition, sleep schedule, all that. That's really tough to do when you're talking with guys across the country in terms of your team.
Well, let's see. I give a lot of good guidelines. Whether or not everybody can follow through with that, I'm a big believer. When you're trying to make change, it's really hard if you have 0 sleep habits, 0 food habits, 0 exercise habits to just go to like a fully functional high performance athlete. I'm a big fan of how can we make that 1% improvement every day. So like right now it's just like basic stuff, like checking in on how our energy is, how we're sleeping, like, hey, are you guys like hydrated? Do you have enough food? Like don't eat too much before the match, like stuff like that. And hopefully over the course of the split, we're going to see some like real habits change around that.
Well, that's great, Bach. I'm going to let you get back to your team. Any other thank yous or shout outs you'd like to give before you get back and prep for the match?
Oh, of course, dude. I don't think anybody's allowed to be on broadcast and not shout out Draxer. No, I'm just kidding. But
accurate, yeah.
Genuinely, I want to shout out all the players who kind of made this happen. I think there's like a lot of naysaying, and we might not be the strongest tier 2 region that we have been in history, but we wouldn't exist at all if these guys didn't show up and try to make it happen every day. So just big shout out to the players who are trying their best to improve, even though pay's going down. You know, it's looking dire, but we're going to keep fighting. Hopefully to see everyone in LCS very soon. So that's the goal.
Yeah, well, best of luck as that journey starts today, Bach. I'm excited for the series and excited for you guys to put your best foot forward as always.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Bach. Like hearing, the values of stuff outside the game and the priority that Bach puts on that compared to other teams. Definitely, I got the privilege to work on a team with Bach way back for a dev team. Involve a Supernova. Like almost 2 years ago now, or I guess last year. It feels like forever ago. But neat to see this crew come together. Because talking behind the scenes, Desrex, at least with the Supernova squad, it's a little bit of a difference with. It feels like they took a lot of pieces from other teams in NACL, kind of merged them into one for this year, versus a Citadel, who, that's the Ole Miss roster that we're seeing competing collegiately. And the last time we saw them, they were actually under the Supernova banner in last spring.
Yeah, the only returning member from that Supernova that we saw last year is Hoarder. Everything else is like, hey, it's the first time we're seeing Zyko away from Maryville. He's been playing with that team since 22, 23. 2 pieces of the OG Blue Otter roster. And of course, Shochi, most notably known for that Cincinnati Fear run that he did back in about 23, 24. So it should make for an interesting matchup. I do think when it comes to CTG, they're a little bit more established with how their play style is. They just got off an Australian tournament, or it was like a collegiate worldwide tournament they had out there. Won first place for it. As we do take a look at this squad. Again, it's important to note that this is from Ole Miss, so they have a lot of experience playing together, at least as recently.
Yeah, and I think the weird part about this team for me is that it features 2 role swaps, and it's also roles that these players have played previously. So we have Stray, who was the top laner for this team the last time that we saw them in NACL and last year for Seedall. He's returning to support, and the one time we saw Stray playing support, he was actually playing at MSI way back when, playing competitively out of one of the minor regions. Bradley, of course, the last time we saw him playing in NACL, he was mid last split. But now he's top for this team, and when we saw him competing top lane, he was the back-to-back 2 Chainz Team Liquid.
Bradley.
Yeah, it's Team Liquid champion with NACL, the team that was coached by Spawn, and Bradley was definitely someone that we had as a favorite to try and promote. So I think the peak of a lot of these players is pretty high. It's just, can they put it together and really compete in this league, in a league that I feel like is really competitive. And outside of Array, who I always have the utmost confidence that Array is going to be a competitive player with everyone in the league, I want to see if the other players can kind of step into that. Because for me, if they can play up to Array's level, or up to Bradley's level, who I know Bradley and Stray are the ones kind of leading comms here behind the scenes, that is where Citadel, I think, can have some real success.
Yeah, I always think very, very highly of Array and the time he spent both in Tier 2 and it was a substitute for Golden Guardians that he was way back when. So I do think he is a very consistent player when it comes to that. When it comes to consistency, though, one of my eyes is going to be on Bradley for this one. Bradley, the best we ever saw from him was the Team Liquid Academy / Challengers time that he was able to spend there. Didn't have the best effect when switching back to his old freeze days when he went into the mid lane. So now returning to this, I do hope it's a little bit of a return to glory for him to see if he can really bring his best foot forward. But their opponent will be Supernova. And I mean, Cubby, you know I pretty much love this roster because I always love the Misfit Minions. And of course, Shochi there just standing out like, what was it called? One of the Ezreal skins that we used to always call him. But nonetheless, this is a very scrappy team to see put together.
You know, when this team was built, Deserex, I thought of you. We've got Shochi, Levitate, Order on the same team. I think Zyko as well. And this is another team for me where I'm curious to see if what Music looks like. Because I think, again, Music at his best with Blue Water was a really competitive jungler in this league that was able to play a lot of different styles, be a shot caller. I think teams that I've seen Music in at NACL, it really feels like, I don't want to compare him to Kanavi because that feels unfair, but comparing him to Kanavi in the way that it really feels like the team is kind of played or run through him. Like, he has a really good idea of his game plan for the game. He dictates the team around that. That's how the team plays. And he can play a lot of different styles. Has he ever been able to play that at like the highest level and be considered a top 2, top 3 jungler in the league? No, but he's always been in the conversation right after that. And I think that Hoarder and Shochi, these are both really talented players that I view as volatile. Hoarder loves to, I think, take risks, use his hands. And Shochi, we know him as he's able to play everything, and at his best, Shochi can be the best player on the map, can be the best mid in the league. At his worst at times, he leaves us scratching his head as to, you know, how or why did this happen in this lane or this fight, right? So I'm really hoping that we see this team put their best foot forward, because I really think that this can be a squad that can compete with the other teams that we view as being probably top of the table in Conviction, Maryville, and the team that we just saw in NRG. I feel like Supernova can be the team that is most likely to compete with those three if they're at their best. And I'm curious to see if, you know, Coach Bach and the team of 5 can get that out of everyone else.
Now, we are going to pull up that head-to-head, and that's going to be a top lane focus for this one. I had already alluded to Bradley a little bit. This is him looking to return to the glory of those old days. But yeah, same thing with Hoarder. He's looking to expand what he did last year. He was our Rookie of the Year last split. Did have a pretty good showing with that Supernova squad. They were first place in the regular season before they fell off, unfortunately, in the playoffs. So Hoarder looking to gather a little bit more this time. So both of these players kind of having a chip on their shoulder going forward.
Yeah, frankly, I mean, that Rookie of the Year conversation was kind of between Hoarder and TF Blade, right? And I was a little bit on the TF Blade side. I think that it ended up going to Hoarder just because we were 100% sure that Hoarder really wanted to go pro. Even if TF Blade, I thought played really, really well, was a really good top laner in the league last year. And that's a spot that Bradley was in. Bradley at one point was the most hyped up top laner. And I think the split that the core of Harry and Yawn went pro and Bradley was still around, we kind of expected Bradley to bear the mantle, be the favorite to be our most valuable prospect. And Bradley didn't hit that mantle. So I think this is a good challenge for him going up against Hoarder, and in a way, it's like one of the most hyped up top lane players today versus one of the most hyped up top lane players we had 2-3 years ago. And if Bradley's at his best, I think he can take down anyone in the league. So I really hope we see Bradley put his best foot forward as he reunites with a coach that he had way back in his days at Bethany Esports before he even got involved with TL. So hopefully just being in a familiar place for him, whether it's the lane or the setting, can be good for Bradley. Because when he's at his best, this guy is really freakishly talented at the game.
So we are heading into the draft for game number 1 between Citadel and Supernova. I'm very curious about Supernova's draft. You were speaking a little bit about it. It feels like teams often have to kind of play around Music for the most part. And I've definitely seen that quite a bit. Music will go for the more aggressive fighters more than anything else. We'll see a lot of like Vi out of him. We'll see a lot of like J4 out of him. And for better or for worse, he's a very forward player. He likes to jump into the fight rather early. So getting him on something that he's not only comfortable on, but very capable of being able to match the energy that Citadel are going to bring is going to be pretty crucial here.
All right, looks like we're going to have a quick reset here for drafts as we try and get into it. Yeah, I'm with you on all that, Tesserux. I think we have started to see a few picks that are, familiar faces in the first few rounds of picks and bans. I think we've seen a lot of contest over some of the top-tier junglers as well. There's a couple of the flex picks like Ambessa.
Yeah.
And that's been big. Orianna remains permanently banned. Really curious, too, with especially Bradley in the top lane. This guy specializes in Gwen Akali. When he subbed in for the LCS lock-in tournament, he played Akali on stage, and I remember everyone freaking out like, oh my god, this guy's Akali is so good. He's going to be able to play some of those picks in the top lane. Could add a lot of flair over to Citadel as... Wow. 2 of the Primo Enchantresses are taken off the board, and the third is going to be secured here by Zyko with the first pick, Lulu.
And I like this because we're talking about the fighters that Music likes to play. It's not only something that's Enchantress and plays safe over towards the bottom lane, it's something that can buff one of those fighters that Music might play coming forward. So pretty strong first support pick coming out from Supernova. We'll see what the response for Citadel is going to be, and that is Nico locked in.
All right, so very early on, in terms of posturing our compositions, very different. Nico, all about Pop Blossom and how much pop does that Blossom pack when the rest of your team's behind it and able to capitalize. Whereas Lulu, I mean, that's setting up for Yunara. That's the pick I'm looking at right now to see if Citadel wants to deny or play into. That's the pairing you really want with Lulu. And I think that's a pairing that we've seen a lot of teams willing to deny when it comes to first stand and what we saw in Split 1. But they're going to take the Mel. They're going to give it over. And that is a lot of power early on going over to Supernova. As Mel, powerful pick in the mid lane. But I think taking Mel this early does give you a lot of opportunities to kind of take away the 2 conditions we talked about when we saw Mel in the last game. That is, how many abilities can Mel reflect and be effective? And also, how many melees do you take where that E becomes super effective as well? Just given that I think she really scales heavily off of melees and being able to land that root. So there's a Yunara we expected, and I think there's a lot of time now that Supernova can try and play around these 2 picks. I would love to see a Xin Zhao here, frankly. I think Crescent Guard to get Pop Blossom out, combines with Lulu. I think Xin makes a lot of sense for me here for Music.
Yeah, that's one of the picks I was going to mention just now is Music. Again, it's a fighter. And who loves Enchantresses more than Xin Zhao? Be able to get in there quite effectively thanks to that Audacious Charge plus the oh my god, what's the Lulu ult called? I completely forgot it right there. But the Lulu are
Wild Growth.
Wild Growth, thank you.
You put me on the spot. I did my best to deliver.
I'm glad you got it.
Ooh, a Caitlyn. You know what? This is a pick that I've been teasing. I think that should make an appearance here and there. I know that I was talking about this on my co-stream with Sneezes, the coach of Blue Water, yesterday as we watched the last series. Jerry was hovering it. So in game 1, this could be very lane dominant. And keep in mind that the barbs, the thorns, Nico E, help me out with this one, Desrex. It's a long one. Stranglehold barbs.
I only know Pop Blossom, man. That's it.
I caught him sleeping. All right. Anyway, the ability to chain the traps with that it provides for a really lethal lane. So I think Citadel showing a lot of early game. Mella's push early, whereas Supernova, a lot of scaling with the Victor and the Lulu and the Yunara.
That's it. We're just going to make this a pop quiz now. This is all it's about. To figure out who knows ball and who doesn't when it comes to ability names. But no.
We do have a collegiate team on one side, you know? We got to get in the educational spirit. Tangle Barbs, that was it. I combined two.
Yeah, I was thinking Stranglethorns, but I remembered that's a Zyra ability, unfortunately. But
yeah, you know, we got to do this education stuff face to face. You know, I'm trotting out robots for the kids. I'm not hip to that. You know, not hip to that. It's, you know, fun fact is the only generation coming up that's not as smart as the one before us because of screens. They want to throw more screens at them. I don't like that. Gotta get people involved, SRX.
Yes.
Face to face.
It's no AI.
Some educational content. Educational content.
Educational. You know? Well, final bans coming in for Citadel. Sion and Wukong will be taken off the map. So taking away some of that hard engage plus that fighter playstyle that Music likes. Pantheon banned on the side of Supernova, going to be taking that away from Griffin, which kind of stops the ability to do kind of these like wild engage angles that you usually get out of Pantheon alongside Nico that can be very threatening. Aurora, final ban for Supernova.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised to see Pantheon, the lack of priority on Pantheon. I think this champion is really powerful. So taking that away, I think it makes a lot of sense. It's pretty easy to attack Lulu and Yunar in the bot lane. But we've been teasing Xin Zhao. Thought that would be a nice combo. And this is a bit of a deny, and Xin's malleable enough where this is going to work for Griffin. But now, I mean, I think the Aurora ban is kind of tipping the cap. We could see a Hoarder Rumble here.
Yeah, that Xin Zhao take was pretty smart coming out from Citadel side. So let's see if that Rumble pick does follow through. Would be some pretty strong magic damage from both the Victor and the Rumble pairing coming together.
It would be a lot. That's a good shout, actually.
Yeah. The lock-in, however, I was alluding to it a little bit earlier. It is a pick that Music does really enjoy, and that's the Vi. You can make a lot of early presence with it, just having the Vault Breaker alone, but once you get the Cease and Desist, it's pretty much guaranteed point and click CC. They're still locking in the Rumble, though, so they are going to be on the magic damage heavy side.
I gotta say, anything that can really attack the front line here, Supernova, Vi solo front line is pretty tough. I think Citadel, if they take something that can really hold the front line, hold space, I think Ornn is perfectly fine here for Bradley, even if he's not exactly the go-to tank player. I feel like the lack of front line could be really tough for Supernova, because how can they keep Nico out? And that's where I really like the Xin Zhao pick, because the Crescent Guard versus the Pop Blossom can lead to some really nice interactions with trying to make sure Nico doesn't get into your backline. I think that they just have to kind of eat the Nico engage and go from there in this early game for Citadel. I like it a lot. They're going to have push mid. Xin can get in the face of Vi and do some dueling, and Kate Nico should have a lot of lane dominance bot. I think that Supernova, they're kind of relying on Rumble to be that early power and bridge to get their mid and AD into a better spot later on into the game. But I like the Citadel draft. I think their ability to execute with Nico can be really real, and I don't see a lot of ways that Supernova can defend it. They don't really have anyone that can hold the line or keep people out, which is where I think the Wukong ban of the Xin take was really smart from Citadel.
Yeah, having Nico, it's one of the hardest things to stop a brute force engage from. Pop Blossom can just get on you in any way, shape, or form. And one of the things that's so frustrating for me when going against a Nico is the fact that you can just like become a minion and get past wards, at least on the mini-map side of things, which can be a little bit tricky sometimes and can be a little bit disheartening. So you definitely have a lot of ways to start these fights for Citadel, whether it be the Nico or even the Call of the Forge God itself, and a lot of damage that follows up quite well. You're going to have to be on your toes if you are Supernova. I'm going to be looking for like polymorphs onto Griffin, stop his Xin Zhao from really doing too much before you can get the Crescent Guard off. There is some potential damage for Supernova if this composition can come online, and that's something that's going to be needed from Music side of things for this Vi, for this early game that Music likes to play. Super aggro, in your face. Can he pull it off? Only time will tell as we get into game number 1 of Citadel versus Supernova.
All right, I think yesterday, the match of the day for sure was Maryville versus Conviction. I expect this match to be quite a bit closer than what we saw in map, or in the first one.
I expect a lot of chaos, man.
Yeah, I think community sentiment was probably the most variance around Citadel as a team in terms of where people placed them. Of course, the last time that we did see Ole Miss competing in NACL was under the Supernova banner. They had a disappointing split. It was a team that I think a lot of people had high expectations for. I remember them being mostly middle of the pack or higher. And they were nearly relegated. I think they won their last match to avoid the promotion relegation match. And then Supernova ended up changing everything going into the summer when they picked up Hoarder and the rest of the crew, where they really were trying to push for that LCS spot. So curious to see kind of what version we get here of Citadel and that Ole Miss squad, because that was a team that was in the C-Ball finals going up against Maryville. But was a disappointing NACL run for them.
And again, there was that tournament that they played rather recently, that one where they actually flew out to Australia to go play against some international collegiate teams. I do think stuff like that is important to bring up because it shows you the experience of the team playing together versus Supernova, which you had talked with Bach a little bit about. Like, this is a team that, didn't get as many scrims in. Bach just put it straight up as enough off of the tryouts, which, sometimes you get a little bit of growing pains as you adjust to each other.
Oh, Griffin actually going to go for a play, trying to get up in the face of Vi here. Does have a lot of push bot from Nico and Caitlyn. This has been spotted, though, by Supernova, as it is a good ward drop by Shochi. But Griffin's going to see this and pressure early. The Lulu and the Yunara.
Patience bar is running out, but does get it in the right position at the right time, so Music finishes off his Gromp. Blue buff now getting taken as Griffin getting some pressure. Priority coming out from the bottom lane and the mid lane means that they can move as a 4-man unit. But here they come from different angles, already focusing right onto Music. He's gone in the blink of an eye, and Citadel strike fast.
Music missed the Q flash, and I don't like the fact he took that play anyway. I think that you just have to kind of eat it. There's mid push, there's bot push, just stall time, try and keep the laners there, but now you give a red buff over to Asila. That lead now bleeds into mid. As Asila picked up the kill, going to force Shochi out. And I just don't think that play was there for Music. Good play and punished by Citadel. As that early bot pressure, Griffin plays with it, able to turn it into something. We talked about how mid and bot should have push. Griffin already using that to full effect as he gets an early lead for his team.
Am I surprised? No. That is a play that Music tends to go for, man. He will go for the more aggressive play more often than not. But here we go. We got another setup. This is for a dive onto Bradley. I mean, Bradley's already pretty low. You can finish this off with ease, and Hoarder in a flame throw to pick up that kill against Bradley.
That win is bigger than the win that I think Griffin got. Missing that entire wave for Bradley is so dire. That wave is ginormous. And look at the experience bar for Hoarder. After he cleans up this wave, Bradley's going to get back as much as he can. But that's a full level now over to Hoarder. So, Music, that was an oopsie on the blue buff, but does get some redemption. That said, with him showing top, that does mean that Stray and Array can play this lane to the best of their abilities. Up 6 with a lot of pressure going the way of Citadel. As the Philips Noralco one blade precision play. No E available here for Bradley. Goes with the flash and the E. Even if that E hits, it would have knocked up Hoarder, and Music had tower aggro. So I think Bradley and the replay going to hope that he could have played that one a little bit better. Well played, though, by Music and Hoarder to find that win.
Music taketh away. Music giveth. Reverse order this time, but Music, nice play. Nice spot to be. It's now pressure coming out. Stray's going to look to try and snare up Shochi, push him away from this wave. So far, Asila's been kind of getting the better of the situation. Does have a CS lead nonetheless, and a lot of priority to play with.
Good clicks there by Shochi. We got to give your boy some kudos. As I feel like the nickname, or just the phrase that, the Shochi, it really does kind of embody this player and the aura that he gives. Because, again, I think, at his best, what I remember Shochi for, like, the Tristana, the Tryndamere, the Yone. I think his Victor play, like some control mage play, has been good. But this guy is a pop-off player. He wants to be a playmaker, wants to be the difference maker in games. And I think sometimes that is his greatest asset, and other times it hurts him. And, in terms of, like, coaching and theory, as a coach, I don't want to change that. I never want to take that away from a player, because that is his greatest strength in a sense, but it's how can you direct it to make sure that it's at, the best of its ability or at its full effect. I think that's always something I look out for Shochi. Also, this is a player for me where I really feel like he kind of embodies the vibes of his team. I've seen him take wins, really joyously and losses really hard. I think that sometimes the people around him can impact that as well. So I kind of hope that Shochi grows into that because, man, again, when this guy's at his best, he can be one of the most exciting mids that we have in the league. At times, he was, someone that people were hoping would see the next level. I know when APA got promoted, he was talking about Young and Shochi on the come up behind him, and guys that he really respected in NACL. So I would love to see Shochi be at his best, really embody that for this split. Because again, when he is at his best, he can compete with anyone, and man, is it fun to watch when he does.
Yeah, I think of the Cincinnati Fear days is when we started to really start paying attention to Shochi. But I'm going to look over at music. As Cease and Desist going to come out, paired alongside with the Equalizer. Silas in the wrong side of town, and Hoarder makes them pay.
And I love seeing Hoarder and music. Hoarder using 2 of his timers to go impact the map. First one was used for his lane. Now this one's used for music as he gets a blue buff and they find a kill as a tandem. Hoarder going to be accelerated in this matchup that can provide problems for Ornn as you do scale into this matchup, but it can be hard later on. Oh boy, Levitate canceled. Uh-oh.
Yeah, he didn't really have a choice. He didn't get his recall on at the same time that Zyko did. So it would have been interrupted by Stray nonetheless. He's forced to stay here a little bit longer and eat a lot of this pressure that's coming out from Array.
And, I mean, this Caitlyn is almost at 4 plates. That is a lot. And this is kind of why, I was hoping to see some Caitlyn. I think Caitlyn's in a good spot right now. You can go Stormrazor, which I'm curious to see if Array does go Stormrazor, given that he did go Fleet this game. I think she has like 2 or 3 builds that are options. And Array, again, that sub for Golden Guardians, showing some laning prowess on the 4th plate. About to be picked up as this turret is melting. And man, This is going to be the earliest first brick that we have seen in NACL so far. So positive plays topside, but man, bot lane started to get a little bit out of control when looking at that tower damage.
Now an invade coming out from Griffin to hold that thought as Shochi's looking for the kill on Asila. All the Forge God to cut him out. Shochi sidesteps it, still more damage onto Asila. Solar Snare doesn't find its mark. Shochi backs off and handles the pressure well. Invade still being met by Griffin, all the meanwhile stealing away the blue buff.
Really good clicks once again by Shochi. That's been 2 plays thrown his way. He's held the flash both times. I think he's navigated his way around it very, very well. That's great to see. That said, pressure really is on for Supernova to stop the bleeding down here. It's getting to the point where it's out of control. If you give away a brick this early, Caitlin's going to start going wild. Oh boy.
On to Stray. Music looking to follow through. Gets in position. Takes out Stray. Now Ray in a little bit of trouble. Levitate putting the pressure onto him. Here comes the Vault Breaker. Cease and Desist follows through underneath the tower. It's a great dive. You wanted the pressure relieved. Well, there it is.
And music, the game started with an oopsie from him, but from there, he has been spot on as the tempo is sound, We're making sure that the drummer, he's in tune.
Yeah.
Or, not in tune. I'm better musically than that. He's in rhythm. We'll put it that way.
Well, you do got to tune your drum heads.
Well, yeah, that's fair. That's fair, too. I should default to you when it comes to music anyway. But, hey, you know what? Playing to the rhythm that music's setting for the team. And it's been good. I did not see that punish. I mean, that's Cease and Desist pretty much off cooldown being used to flip that bot lane. I still think that turret's going to fall for first brick, but I do think denying some of these grubs, if you give Caitlyn 3 grubs, that can be a doomsday scenario with how fast she pushes. So I think taking these for Supernova, they're likely to lose first brick in the bot wave here, just given how the crystals work. But at least they were able to get a little something off of Array and out of Citadel.
To me, it's kind of become the situation of it's not will music dive, it's when will he dive. Because there's already 2 diving plays, one in the top, one in the bottom, to get Supernova at least this 1K lead and alleviate some of that pressure in the bot lane. But now that pressure is going to come back their way. You can see the pressure applied onto that first brick in the bottom lane. It is acquired, but now the focus is on to Bradley. Bradley maybe staying there a little bit too long. Vault Breaker comes out, finds the knock onto Bradley. Bradley taking a lot of damage, going right into the Equalizer. Has to burn his flash to stay alive.
Well managed there by Hoarder, actually, as he was able to walk out. Yes, Bradley flashes, but I think Hoarder played that one of the best visibilities with music. Said second win, probably going to work some overtime here for Bradley.
There's a lane swap being called right now, so Hoarder's got to be careful. And he does get away in time. Not going to get caught out by any devious Nikos, and we'll walk out.
Three base, though, that's actually pretty big. Hoarder going to sneak out with the Swifties, but that is a pretty big tempo away, which means it might be late to picking up that wave top. He's likely to TP back. And Citadel, they're looking to continue playing around this Caitlyn. So deprioritizing the dragon that's going to spawn. Goodbye, Zyko.
Ooh, Zyko getting caught out. Retell strike. Polymorph buys Zyko some time. He gets underneath the tower. Ooh. He will survive. Teleport did come out from Hoarder. All the meanwhile, Array's by himself. Stray's looking to get there, but Asyla just around the corner will provide the backup needed to keep Array alive. Ooh. The shutdown picked up by Array.
Yeah, again, like for me with Hoarder, sometimes Hoarder can play a little bit too aggressive. I like that look onto Array, but he had no help. Like, you were signing up for a play, numbers down with no ultimate. You flash and die, you give away a shutdown. And again, when I talk about this team, we already talked about how Shoji can be a volatile laner. I feel the same about Hoarder. And for me with Supernova and the success of this team, it's going to be about finding the right way to utilize the strengths of both these players and make sure the volatility is going your way more often than not. That was a big oopsie of a death from Hoarder. That gives away a lot of power to Array, who we talked about the multiple Caitlyn builds. It is going to be the Stormrazor for this one, so prioritizing movement speed, going up against Rumble Victor. See if Array what he can do with this, because the lead is definitely in his pockets when looking at that shutdown gold now, as he's really accelerated in this game.
Jochi waiting over on that top side. Lane swaps over, will meet Syla to continue the push over. There were a lot of plates taken on that top side as well. He's actually going to continue having his pressure there. A lot of focus for Supernova is on this top river. Music is very snappy with these engages, so you do have to be careful, especially if your flash is down. I'm looking at Array right now, doesn't have that available, so can be a big target for Music, who does love to play ever so aggressively.
Yeah, been a pretty chaotic game so far.
I was expecting it, man.
I think I do want to give a shout out actually to one player we really haven't mentioned yet, as we have an out to downtime, is Griffin. For folks at home that don't know, Griffin did play at Academy LCS level as Wiggly, name changed to Griffin, and was behind this team as him and Keel kind of swapped places. With Keel, we believe going more towards the coaching role, and Griffin now being involved in the map. Kind of interesting, as Asai was probably dead.
Ooh, looking for a way in. We'll pop the Eclipse that gets Shochi in the back end. Music will go on a killing spree. 1-for-1 trade, but Asyla really making the best of that situation.
I was surprised that killed. I mean, Flash, the fact it went flash for flash, that's worth it, I think, for Asyla. We'll see if they can punish that Victor Flash being down again, as I think that's now a target they can look for. But nice defense played by Asyla. Has some good offense to make sure it's at least a 1-for-1, and now numbers were top, so we can go on Hoarder.
Yeah, Hoarder getting completely isolated down here in the bottom lane. There's so much crowd control. You have the 3-talent strike. Get knocked up for days, but now Array is by himself. His flash is not available. Levitate gets in, gets the kill, snares up Music in the process. Stray looking to try and avenge something, but he only gives a double kill to Levitate's Yunara.
Couple of week one oopsies for me there, as I think with the top side play happening, Hoarder can't be on that wave. He's got to respect the fact they showed 3 and that he is the next play. Same thing for Array. They showed 2 bot after Asyla went down mid. Got to be careful, as Music might be dead here.
Yeah, he doesn't have any mana. He goes down. Griffin taking him out inside of his own jungle. A lot of pressure coming out of Asyla. All the meanwhile, Solar Snare going to go wide. Shochi on the opposite end. They're just looking to chase Griffin out of the jungle.
Okay, a lot of chaos here. Again, taking inventory. Right now, leads. It is a Hoarder that has the biggest individual lead on the map. And Array's lead kind of went to the wayside on that last play. So I do think that's pretty notable, just given how important that Caitlyn's going to be throughout the game. Because again, if Caitlyn's not ahead, I don't think the mid-game trough is the same as what it used to be way back in the old days of Caitlyn. But it still exists. You do slingshot back into the game, because I think if you get max items, well, the fact that Caitlyn does have the most base range in the game, a lot of items utilize that very well on top of the headshots. So, that said, though, the mid-game against Yunara Lulu, if you are not able to take a lane lead into that, I very much favor the Yunara Lulu. So I feel like the power curve of Supernova right now going to be stronger, and frankly, kind of on a Syla to try and balance out, as he was a big benefactor off of that last sequence. Yes, he went down, but he got the kill and has the biggest lead individually on his team currently.
Pressure applied by Citadel over in the mid lane. Chasing away a few members of Supernova. The call over towards the Rift Herald right now. It's Citadel who are getting first touch towards that area and clearing out as much vision as they can to get control. Meanwhile, Supernova are just going to send Shochi down to the bottom lane. He'll be able to try and take that tower. He has teleport available, so if he needs to rejoin with the rest of the team, he can do it in a timely manner. You might need to just get out of there.
Yeah, this is... Maybe he gets help. Hoarder doesn't have a TP to help him, as I don't think Shochi yet has the evolves to have the slowdown. But does have a few, as it's... Looks like it's currently... Reset, that's said.
Watch out for Music. Music jumps in. Gets snared up. Bradley looking to find the knock up onto Zyko. Doesn't get that. Levitate putting the pressure on. Will get Bradley to about half health. Gets a area where you can start to focus on this dragon. Be the first one to get the touch there.
Oh, I thought Levitate ulted. Never mind. I lied. I thought I saw the ult pop. Okay, I was about to say, if that ult was popped, that would have been Dragon for Citadel. Supernova has control over Banana Brush right now. All the teams talk about Banana Brush. Griffin, that's a lot of damage that you didn't need to take, as that is what Banana Brush control can do. You gotta walk into the river. If you don't have control of that Banana Brush, well, you're not gonna have control of the Dragon. I think in a nutshell, we have seen with the change of first choice, splitting up first pick and blue side as teams get an option of what they want. We've seen red side have a higher win rate, and I think it is because of Banana Brush in that scenario right there. As if you control Banana Brush, really tough to walk into the river, contest those Drakes. Griffin, too far up, lost his health bar, no Drake contest, called off. Good win for Supernova.
And Supernova not overcommitting, realizing that, hey, all we needed was the poke to get them down low enough to set up the objective. Take that, and now they're in place in time towards this top side where Rift Herald has spawned. Try and make some impact over there. Zyko running a little bit of interference. Messiah and Stray. Rift Herald now pulled by Citadel.
I think this one's probably going to be a give. I don't know if Yunara can get here in time. As... Nice Herald pickup here, Citadel. Should lead to another turret with the Caitlyn. That said, I'm still a little bit concerned that Caitlyn's behind. Because again, Caitlyn from behind, not the same champion. As it is about killing waves, stepping forward, peppering in damage, utilizing the headshots. And Ray's gonna really hope that he can at least remain accelerated. If you aren't able to step up and hit the turrets, I just don't think you're quite the same champion. And with Levitate able to match the items right now, again, I think big advantage over to the Yunara Lulu. In isolation.
Oh, here we go.
More emphasis on the engage.
Naga onto Zyko. Zyko looking to try and get away, but Ace in the hole will put him down. Music wants to turn it around. Instead, Vault Breaker's in the opposite direction, realizing that you have to disengage, but there was a solo kill. Meanwhile, Asila goes down to Shochi.
All right. Well, the Victor counter pick paying off for Shochi, as we didn't see it on the show, but the Shochi taking effect nonetheless. Meanwhile, more important action happening mid. Citadel is probably going to pick up 2 bricks here. Really big for the Caitlyn. Yeah. They were able to get both these, and that is...
Oh, Music.
That
was not the time to go in, especially when your tower is about to fall. Shochi comes in off the flank teleport, but it's only Bradley who he's in range of. Bradley will take that laser to the chin like a champ. And a bit of a misstep now coming out from Supernova after Shochi getting that kill. It should have just been, hey, we forfeit this tower, but they bought off more than they can chew.
You know what? We expected this game to be competitive, and sure enough, 20 minutes into the game, it's rather competitive.
It's even.
It feels like both teams still have a real shot. I think in terms of scaling, I favor Supernova given the Victor, but more importantly, given the Lulu. It was a McHale's rush for Zyko to make sure that someone could be safe from the Pop Blossom. That next item that comes in for Lulu, Moonstone, that really starts to warp things in favor of Supernova. If those long fights do exist. And, you know, I gotta say, we did kind of set up the importance of playing early, playing fast, and Bradley being able to take up space, as Supernova's comp kind of lacks that. We haven't really seen Bradley able to group up and actually, take up space or drop the right waves to play with the team. I think that was the first instance versus Zyko where we saw that. We saw one other attempt mid, but it was really well managed by Shochi with some good clicks. Still seeing the Citadel squad play 3 lanes, and I think if they opt into playing 3 lanes against Supernova, that's not what they need. They're going to get outscaled in this game. They need Ornn to drop the right waves, group up the team, and try and pressure and take advantage of these Nico engages, especially while stuff like Lulu flashes down. Because now, that Lulu flash being down, it was punished once, not going to be punished again, but we are going to try and punish Shochi on the top side.
Yeah, going for a dive against Shochi. Looking at resources available, there's no teleport. Shochi's going to be by himself, caught underneath the tower. Call the Forge God goes out. Shochi's able to at least get one back. Dive going the way of Citadel.
Man, that is support duty, if I've ever seen support duty right there.
Yeah.
No wave, we got to make the play. Let's pull it off. It does make sure that Citadel still remains up-tempo across the map. Hoarder and Levitate responding in both waves, but Citadel are going to try and take 2 turrets themselves with an inner going over to the Caitlyn. So I guess in turrets, it's going to be an even trade, but Supernova gets a little bit more gold overall, playing 2 lanes instead of 1.
Now they're going for the inner mid tower as well. We'll get some more damage onto it, even crack a plate. All the meanwhile, Order going to back off. Not teleport, recall was called by Bradley, so he is down in that bottom lane. Shochi catching that top wave that Citadel had set up a little bit earlier. Now Music stepping in with the rest of the squad. Looking at objectives, we've got 5
Drake's
seconds before the Drake comes up. With that, Supernova will have first touch.
Whoa.
That being said, though, they
They're
didn't
gonna
get
threaten
to
Baron.
back either, and this might be a pretty big flex here for Citadel as they try and pull Supernova towards the Baron.
They're going to threaten Baron.
Again, they didn't really get the recalls to cash in on those plates and turrets they got.
Music's still on the Dragon. The blue trinket just spotted this. It's being taken a little bit slow. I do want to note, IE is in for array. That's very big on Caitlyn, given headshots as well. So I think taking those 2 turrets, even if it is a little bit more gold in the side of Supernova, which it actually wasn't in the end, the fact that IE is now on Caitlyn is the biggest win here for Citadel, because that is a really big boon for the Caitlyn. Definitely going to threaten Supernova in these fights. As
Pop Blossom lands on nothing.
Zyko did flash to get out of that. Yeah, I don't think that's worth dropping the Dragon for free, as that's a Hextech Soul point, and Hextech Soul is a win con.
Zyko, only one down to flash, looking to set up a trap. Will be Citadel. Call the Forge God coming out there looking for a fight. They find the knockup onto Hoarder. Hoarder gets away from the second one. Polymorph lands on the Bradley. Now waiting for that equalizer to get dropped from Hoarder's end. Could do a lot of damage, but no, playing with patience. Supernova instead going to push towards the mid lane.
Citadel's in trouble. They didn't have the guts to pull the Baron themselves, so just being stuck in that brush, Supernova, they called their bluff. They spotted them. They kind of went out in the health bar war as Ornhorn's down, and now they can just pepper him on the way out, and Citadel's on the wrong side of the map.
Oh, Bradley has to burn his flash to get out. Survives by the skin of his teeth. Recall was called by Array to catch that mid wave. He's moving back up, and now the rest of the team kind of isolated. Hoarder in too deep by himself. Jumping in is going to be Griffin. Music looking to get some work. Here comes Levitate on the opposite end. Levitate's getting critically low and will drop to the Eclipse. Bradley is here, acing the whole fine Shochi, and now this is disaster for Supernova. The gravitational field will find a stun onto Griffin. Now looking to recall is Zyko. Music in a bad way as Griffin and Bradley both going to walk them down. Music looks to turn it around onto Bradley. Gets 1 kill. Zyko still up. Griffin doesn't have that much damage. It's enough to take down Zyko in the grand scheme. But what a chaotic fight between those 2 teams, ultimately trading in favor of Citadel.
Yeah, it was a couple oopsies. I mean, it trades even across the board. The fact that Dragon goes Supernova, I give advantage to them. I thought that fight could have been a lot better for Supernova, but Hoarder overheated before he casted the equalizer. So that all didn't go down. He was able to fall. As in the replay, see, he overheats there. Equalizer wasn't able to drop it. That's a lot of power, because if you drop equalizer in the choke, I think that completely changes the fight. Do want to give kudos to Asila and Array, as Levitate went really aggressive for that fight. They both flashed out. But frankly, on the flip side, like, yes, this was chaotic, but it's a 3 for 3. Soul Point was secured by Supernova, and they got flashes off of both carries. Both Levitate and Shochi still have flash. I think that they win out on the play, even if it's even, because their conditions afterwards are far better. And also the EV, or like the upside of that play, if Equalizer drops, I still think they win out heavily on that play. The fact that Citadel put themselves in that position and get out even, you can kind of consider that a win for them, because that was not a good spot. And Griffin
oh, here comes Equalizer. Pressing guard coming out. Music's deep into the thick of it, focusing on Stray. Stray's going to be the first one to fall forward with the Frost Guard. Coming out, finds a knock up on the Music and Shochi. Zyko goes down. Array able to pepper in some shots on the back end as the Eclipse finds one. Ace in the hole finds two. Triple kill for Array, and Citadel are on Baron.
Levitate played the fight too fast. He flashed forward to try and finish off a kill. Bradley found the knock-up, turned around that fight. Baron secured. Critical for Citadel, because they're going to have this buff up while the Hextech Dragon spawns, and that is Soul. For Supernova, they secure it. So a big fight win. If we get a replay of that one, though, Levitate played this fight too fast. Okay, take a look. Watch Levitate on your screen. I think the first hop is good, but he's going to flash in, try and finish off the Silo, and this flash is not warranted. He goes too far up too early. It enables Array to free hit, and Levitate just puts himself in a really tough spot, as I think Supernova played that fight a little bit too quickly, and Citadel fully punish.
Citadel back in this fight. Now 3K in the lead. They have priority on the Dragon on top of it. They're establishing a lot of vision there. With the Baron buff, they can really shove in these waves and make sure that this Dragon Soul is not going to go over to Supernova. And grab some tower plates on top of it. Look to take down this bot lane tier 2.
And a Baroned up Caitlyn push is deadly, as
oh yeah,
your ability to just melt through these turrets, and really Caitlyn goes uncontested in these scenarios is big. Also, we're shouting out, looks like Array, that upgraded IE in the RFC. See, this is the part of the game where Caitlyn kind of starts to slingshot back into things. Yeah. And this is the strength of Array. I mean, his player profile, this guy's a really good team fighter. And really, the big splash that he made, going way, way back, was when he joined APA and that Resolve team, and they took down Cloud9 and Proving Grounds in the first round as the 15 seed versus the 2 seed. The Tristana play, I mean, they built comps, built strategies around this guy's ability to team fight. He's always had it. He almost was competing for an LCS slot with Blue Otter, as they were one spot short of that last year in third. I thought Array was fantastic on that squad. And to see him now with this squad, looking at, like, on paper at this roster, I think hands down this guy is the best player that Citadel has. And he is in a great position this game to try and make his mark felt, as he's gotten back into the game, gotten back up as a 3K gold lead with Caitlyn's big, but they're going on him.
Cease and desist right onto Array. Array's able to absorb a lot of that damage, but following through Shochi, Array's gone! And now, Supernova, feel the momentum shifting. Looking to jump in, Guardian Angel gonna be popped, looking to find Griffin and Bradley. Bradley looking to run away, but Flamethrower is right on top of him. The Eclipse finds one kill. Still looking for more with the laser of Shochi. Shochi wants to find the flank angle. Hoarder on the opposite end. They want to chase down Citadel. Shochi able to hold ground, but so is Asila as he finds the snare, but gets stunned back in the process. Now he's low. Levitate is there. Levitate jumps onto him. A shutdown found by Levitate.
Soul.
Now recall's coming out.
Soul.
Dragon Soul will be secured by Supernova.
Man, Citadel did a really good job of playing their way back into the game. I just don't think it matters now that Hex Soul is on the map. You're giving Victor, Yunara, Hex Soul. Hextech Soul is a win con in its lonesome. We've talked about the scaling of Supernova. The fact that this was secured in that trigger pull, I gotta say, I thought they went kind of deep onto Array. I didn't see that play coming, but Music did. And it really was a great team engage, because the equalizer was perfect, and the flash from Shochi was exactly what they needed to take away the biggest threat in Array immediately to start off this fight.
It was great targeting. I kind of knew that Music would go for that, but I thought he would get heavily punished. It was Shochi who followed up with him to make that all reality. But now here we go. Ace in the hole coming through. Music will block it. Bradley going for the long chase. Call the Forge God going to be used. Finds a double knockup. Equalizer, retaliation to try and catch part of the wave and dissuade this engagement. You still have a tower down on that inhibitor in the mid lane, and a lot of push pressure for Citadel.
Man, I almost kind of feel for Citadel, because I think that if this is almost any other Soul, the game's still playable. Like you have Ornn, you have Caitlyn, you can scale.
Yeah.
You never know with Nico, but there's the fact that it's Hex Soul. I think it really is going to come down to an Elder, or it has to be just the craziest Pop Blossom or Engage that comes off the rip for Citadel. Do want to note, Levitate and Shochi still missing Flash currently, and it appears that Hoarder again is on the wrong side of the rift. As
Hoarder's going to get chased down. I mean, how does Supernova reply to this? You got to find a way to try and get their own play going, but they're not going to really find anything as they try and shove in waves in the mid and in the top as Hoarder falls.
Did at least get a TP out of Bradley for that. They're just, I think that back half of that kill is just going to be kind of fixing waves and going from there. Is get a rare moment of reprieve in this one. As Deserex, I mean, crazy game. I think that on the flip, Array obviously kind of the main character here for Citadel. Quietly though, I think Shochi's been having a nice game.
The later this game has gone, he's very good in his target selection. I want to go again to that pick that they found on Array. That goes wrong if Shochi isn't all the way up in there grabbing Array and getting that damage dealt, right? So Shochi is definitely making his impact in this and trying his best to get through, as now Stray gonna come in with the Pop Blossom, looking to find some picks. Here comes the ace in the hole, going golden. Griffin's able to rejoin into the fight. Here's Hoarder, puts a few of those Electro Harpoons in, but Griffin is getting low. He's getting burnt down by the Flamethrower. Goes golden. Hoarder now needs to get out of there. Call the Forge God couldn't come through. Array can't finish off Hoarder. And now Music, he wants to find Array. Gets onto the back line. Array gets dropped! A haymaker to his jaw breaks him. Bradley left and fed to the wolves. A Supernova get the ace on Citadel.
That's the 5-0 to send the castle crumbling and into the black hole, as I think that's going to be it for Supernova. This has been a fast and furious game. That last engage from Stray, it was a big Pop Blossom that we were looking for. I just don't think that was there. The timing wasn't there. The play itself wasn't there. Ends up, I mean, a very close game. Ends in a 5-0 ace for Supernova. But a hell of a bout to kick off this series, Deserex. We expected it to be close. This one was close.
This one was very close, and a good display coming out from the entirety of the squad. Sure, there was hiccups here and there, but taking game number one in such a chaotic way, they're going to be feeling good as they look to get a few more stats padded on the KDAs. Array is back in here. Levitate just wants to close out the game, but not without taking down Array. Game number one belongs to Supernova.
And that Caitlyn, it was fed, but what happened in the last couple fights, this is why Rumble is such a power pick, and really, I think, prioritized a lot higher in Pro than it is in NACL. I do think that Rumble is a pick that does require some execution, but a lot of the difficulty of that execution does go to the wayside when you have Vi Rumble and you're able to point and click Caitlyn like that. I think that I want to give kudos to Zyko on the Mikhails for Hoarder. That got him out of going golden against a Caitlyn, where you get trapped.
Yeah.
That saved him, and that's what enabled the Equalizer then to come in over the top, find Array, one-shot him with Music, and make sure that last fight was clean in favor of Supernova.
And Music will not get thwarted by a lot of the shenanigans that were going on, because I don't know if you saw, Stray kept cloning on to Array, kept looking like the Caitlyn to try and eat the cease and desist, but it never worked out because Music was dead set on taking out Array. And even with Flash up, even with Barrier up, it was just way too much damage because you're forced to stand in that Equalizer while you're in that uppercut combo of the cease and desist. It was too much, and man, it was a great turnaround for Supernova after some blunders here and there. What a chaotic game number one.
Fun one.
We're going to take a moment to take a breath and throw it over to a break while we get ready for game number two.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Trim. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL. And, what was that, Cubby? Like you're trying to shoot an arrow to me.
Yeah, it was something like that, you know. I was calling my shot, kind of like what Music and Hoarder did then that last game. Matter, I'm just hoping for Ash in the next one, you know. I'm undecided.
So yeah, that was a crazy game to start us off between Supernova and Citadel. I think a lot of this was pretty much dictated by Music and his willingness to go in on any fight that he sees. It started with him over at the blue buff, jumping in when he didn't have priority and just instantly dying. And then what does he do? He dives bot lane, dives top lane, and gets the ball rolling.
Yeah, and I think it was a bit of a messy game from both teams, but I think that we saw good and bad moments from almost everyone in that game. I do want to give a shout out. You know, I in the break was checking Twitch chat, and the last time the Ole Miss squad was playing, it was under the Supernova banner. Shogo was here supporting both teams. He was giving shout outs to Zyko, a player that he's gone up against in collegiate for that McHale's at the end, saying that McHale's was game winning. I have to agree, as it got him out of the headshot damage and enabled that equalizer to come in, find a Ray, and for Supernova to send Citadel blasting off into the stars as Supernova. I'm hoping for a bit of a cleaner game two, maybe even a game three. You know, I'd take 3 games of this series, but knowing Ole Miss is a collegiate squad, these guys are going to play fast and furious. That's how I expect them to play. And we'll see if Supernova wants to match, because I think that, you know, when you take picks like Victor, you're looking to slow things down. There was not a lot of slowing down going on in that game. That was pretty fast and furious from both teams.
Yeah, every single player was playing as fast as possible, and if I had to give some criticism, it would maybe be slow down a little bit to Levitate. We had a couple of moments where, even though he was able to put in a lot of good damage for the squad, oftentimes he'd be in the front lines a little bit too close to players like Asila, or flashing forward into bad situations to try and clean up Griffin. It cost him his life a few times. He still did good damage on the Rift, but it's stuff like that can be cleaned up coming into the next game.
Yeah, and look, I think that when you have a game like that, as a coach going behind the scenes, you can't harp on the little stuff. You got to pick like one or two big things. Just be like, okay, in general, right? Because you don't want to mess with the fuel of the game or give them too much to think about. You want to give people stuff to run with. So I think if I'm Citadel, I like the draft they had with the Kate Nico. Like, I've been kind of asking for more Caitlyn. I thought that was played pretty well. But I think that if they want to play that aggressive early again, talk more about the mid-game transition and the overloads. Because I think the overloading that they did in the sides was a little bit too much, even if it did get gold onto the Caitlyn. I think the one time where they did the top 2 turrets to get IE on the Caitlyn was actually really smart. So I think focusing more on that, like the transition they had early, which Supernova was able to botch a little bit. And then on the Supernova side, I'm going to pick on Hoarder a little bit, just because Hoarder is a very, very good player, and he has this issue of trusting himself a little bit too much in the side lanes. I think that he had 1 or 2 deaths that were a little bit too much. And, you know, you still get the great parts of Hoarder, where we did see him own some of the team fights on the Rumble. We saw him with the lane lead. That dive was really good that he helped set up with Music. But stay disciplined if you are Supernova, because I think if this team can be disciplined, this is the team that I think are most likely to compete with Conviction, Maryville, and NRG for the top of the table. I have Supernova up next. But if they want to do that, discipline is going to need to be a word that's talked about a lot by Coach Bach and them behind the scenes.
And as we get in the draft, I am contractually obligated to shout out Shochi one more time. I think even though things were rather on the slow side at the early start, his ability to follow up Music, that was some great stuff. That's what resulted in Array going down, especially in the fights where it seemed like the tempo was swinging over to Citadel. So great target selection coming up from him, and great fight positioning coming up from him, as draft number 2 now underway between Citadel and Supernova.
Yeah, and I do have to shout out, I see a Renekton ban, worth noting just because Hoarder is such a good Jax player. Could be something that they might be looking for later on. But as we try and get this draft off the ground, I'm going to count on the fact that it is that first pick Seraphine. So, onus on Citadel, decision to make. Do you want to play an MF draft into it? We saw Corki Nami being played into Ashe Seraphine. I do not subscribe to that. I'm not a fan. I think you either have to deny Ashe or take MF.
Well, you called it. Citadel taking away the Ashe. Ray is going to play that one. And a lot of that, you had talked about it a lot in the previous game. It's that combo that can be so deadly. You can get volley into the beat drop. to set up pretty easy crowd control that lands in. But even taking Ashe by herself can be very impactful, both in tracing where the jungler is going and having global presence with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow.
Yeah, I do want to see more of our players fire arrows from Fog. Actually, the Milio is kind of creative, because I was about to talk about how I don't love Ashe and the Seraphine, because I think Ashe has a lot of power if you're able to take Ghost. And when you play the Seraphine, you need Cleanse. Milio gives you a free Cleanse. So Enchantress showing a bot early on. Levitate now going to get his choice of champion. I think Ezreal would make some sense. The ability to try and pepper that lane down. Milio has a lot of sustain, but Ezreal can be lane dominant against the Ashe there. You know, I gotta say, I said Renekton ban, so I was setting up Hoarder Jax. I forgot about this Ambessa champion that is just kind of disgusting. And I expect them to posture for the flex as the Misfortune now comes in.
I feel like Array is having a little bit of flashbacks to game number 1 when he sees that Ambessa getting locked in, because it's someone else who can dive deep onto him and try and take him out. Misfortune locked in provides a lot of teamfight potential with the bullet time that you are going to have to pay some respects to. Or Citadel, hey, you get some global presence here with the Pantheon. You can dive in deep for a lot of these fights, and you can even put the shield up onto the bullet time to block a lot of that damage that's going to come.
Yeah, I love Pantheon. That Pantheon champion is so damn strong. So see if Griffin's able to use him to the best of his abilities. The ability to attack Misfortune and Seraphine would be really nice for Pantheon. But that said, I would like to see them pick up a bit of a dive buddy. Milio's not really going to be able to help Pantheon. I think that Pantheon, it's important to win the front line. It can be really tough to do against Seraphine. So would like to see him get a little bit of help there. I think a potential Galio ban could be really nice coming out from Supernova here, just to try and take that away, because I think Galio would fit really well into the Ashe Milio, and then also kind of fit the role that Asylum plays in this team, which I view as a little bit more supportive.
Expanse coming in, mid lane focus for Supernova, taking away the Cassiopeia.
I think they want Rise.
Might be the angle for it. Hung banned on the opposite side. Or Citadel, this is the second time they're banning it away, not allowing Music to be on that champion. And Music does like a lot of fighters, so it could be something where he tries like a J4 angle. We've already had the Xin Zhao use, so definitely not going to see that one. But one more ban for Supernova.
Yeah, and Supernova did take J4 and Nocturne away themselves, so the jungle bans start to pile on up.
Oh, yeah.
Again, I feel like that Cassio ban is just kind of tipping the hat, so we might want a Rise. And that Rune Prison does make life a lot easier for... That's an interesting ban. That isn't a Syla special. I will say a Syla does specialize in the Sandra. When I see with Sandra, I usually view that as like a unique counter into something like Talia. So we'll see if that ends up being the take. As, oh boy. You know, I did tease out Zamudo's Gangplank, Desirux. There is another Gangplank in the league that is quite good. That might be busted out top here by Bradley.
I do remember it was undefeated for the longest time back when he was on Team Liquid Challengers / Academy. So it was a very big pick for him that did a lot of work, but not locked in just yet. So gotta hold our breaths a bit. Syla will be on the Ahri.
I do like Ahri this game. I think that Ashe Milio needs a little bit of help frontline and posturing. And if you aren't willing to go Galio, Ahri's a little bit safer. I still think that you're asking to get Rised. It is a little bit difficult to put Rise into Pantheon and Ahri, because Pantheon can start the fight with the guarantee execute. So, yeah, maybe some mobility wanting to be grabbed here. And it's going to be a Shochi Sylas on the melee. We haven't seen a lot of melees mid yet this split, Desirux. But when it comes to Shochi, we know this guy can play it all. And that's Sylas into Ahri. It's a really positive matchup. You also get to steal the arrow. So I think Shochi feels pretty good with the setup. Also being empowered a little bit by the Seraphine even too. A lot of healing showing early. So now, is that Ambessa going into the jungle or going top? As Nefiri is a bit of a Music special and a decent pick of the Pantheon. I mean, being able to go airborne with the W, you can get out of the point and click from Pantheon, get out of the Ashe Arrow, get out of the Charm. That could be really useful here for Music on the top side.
And it plays towards the style that we know him to do, right? We saw it with the Vi. Point and click, jump on the back line. Same thing with Nefiri here. So it should be an interesting mix to see on Music to allow him to play that aggression and try and basically just body a Syla and Array having that dive buddy with Hoarder. But the final lock-in for Citadel is going to be Bradley on that Akali.
You know what? There's not a lot of CC for Akali this game. There isn't a point and click that Akali hates to see. And Bradley's Akali, I mean, we teased it in game 1. Remember, when he played, subbed in for TL when they won that LCS lock-in tournament, his stage game was on Akali, and he went nuclear.
Akali was great.
Yeah, he is a fantastic Akali player. Again, this guy played mostly mid in his career. I think it's kind of split 50-50 now with a little bit of an edge to mid, but he can play this top. I don't know the matchup into Ambessa, if I'm being honest, but I can see the value of Akali in this game. My concern is that there's not enough frontline for Ashe Milio. I think that Ashe Milio really empowers fighters. Ashe, just as a champion, empowers the fighters that are so strong in the meta right now to be strong. And so when I see a bit of a lack of frontline, I get a little bit concerned. I think that this is where something like a Sion could have been nice, just because it kind of it makes Silas a little bit unhappy. Yes, the matchup between Ambessa is not fantastic, but you're still Sion and you're kind of holding the front line. Maybe they were thinking they didn't have enough damage, if that's the case, going into Seraphine. So I think the execute needs to be sound. And wherever Griffin's going in, that point-and-click W, Bradley and or Silo need to be following up with him to make sure that that target is taken off the map quickly in these fights.
I feel like that target is going to be Levitate for the most part. Miss Fortune, very immobile. You do get the movement speed boost that is naturally inherent in her kit, but after that, you don't have anything other than your flash. And when you have a Pantheon and a Akali going at you, that could be a big pick for this composition drafted by Citadel.
Yeah, and I think that's something that, at least yesterday on the stream with Sneezes, we were talking a lot about, like, some of those picks. I want to see Ashe arrows from Fog. I think that if you look at first stand versus the NACL play, we see a lot of Ashe arrows being fired off, like after a wave dies or in lane. Fire them from base, out of base, present weird angles, make sure that that thing's not spotted as it crosses the map by wards that are littered in the river. I want to see if Citadel has an idea of that as they try and find their way onto the map as we get into game 2 here, Desrex.
Game number 2 between Citadel and Supernova. Match point for Supernova. The composition's going aggro both ways for both of these teams. I think the pathing, the top side starts for both of our junglers. A lot of trades going out in the top lane. All the meanwhile, as Bradley looks to get the better of this Ambessa.
And Bradley Akali, didn't think I'd see that in 2026 on my screen, but happy to see it.
We're back.
As this guy, I mean, I had the privilege of teams I coached to scrim against him when he was in collegiate, and he was the best player that I have faced. Again, just when Bradley's on his game, this guy is a freakishly talented player that has been able to play top and mid at a really high level, and curious to see kind of what form he's in, because I do think this is a player where the form sometimes varies.
Yeah.
And one where when he is in form, I would take him up against anyone. I think he can go up against anyone in this league. But on his off days, at times, we just don't see Bradley make quite the same impact. Sometimes, again, peaks and valleys. This game's a skill. It's tough to, you know, stay disciplined and be at the top level always. And it's what makes players like so impressive right now. One of the big stories we have in Pro is how, you know, Knight, Chobi, Inspired Caps all ran their region. It's hard to be that good for that long. And to see these players on the come up even struggle with that too. It's just a very real human element, you know? This game's a skill.
Both junglers are ending towards the bottom side. Still a lot of skirmishing going on. Something we didn't really talk about too much is the Ultra Mega Fire Kick and how that can influence a lot of these. If it's well-timed, that could be really good peel to try and keep Array rather safe against this deep dive that's going to come after him. Now, a little bit of priority. This allows Griffin to get positioning onto this scuttle over on the bot side.
I don't think they're going to be able to dive anything from here, so just kind of expecting a reset and a clear. As he's at least going to gather some information here and take a ward down. Yeah, but I mean, Super Mega Fire Kick can be quite cheesy, I will say, as that is like one of the longest ranged abilities in the game.
Yep. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. But Empowered Heal from Zyko going to do its best. I will say the Ashe Milio lane is winning in this scenario, or at least it should win. Milio, this champion, is so crazy if you get levels. Just the sustain you have in your kit with the W and then also the shield to the E can be really, really oppressive. So, see if Stray is up the challenge, as it's a very different role for Stray in this game versus the last.
Come on, we talked about it. This is supposed to be trivia. You can't just say W and E.
Oh. Yeah,
I also just want to hear these specific ability names out of your mouth.
We're gonna do our best. I might need to cheat a little bit off Wikipedia, you know.
Oh, come on.
All right. The Super Mega Final Kick is kind of the campfire, or the cozy campfire, I think.
There we go. There we go.
I'm blanking on the ult though, because I remember when it came out because it's pretty impactful. It's a very impactful ult, but I'm blanking. I have no idea what the shield is, man.
It's Breath of Life.
The
shield I only remember because it's kind of a cute name, man. It's Warm Hugs.
Aw.
I want to hear warm hugs from Cubby.
We could all use some more warm hugs in our life, you know?
Especially Hoarder, who's getting the opposite end of that. The bullying coming out from Bradley. Bradley will take that recall rather early. Hoarder going to match him. Both junglers. It's going to be a little bit iffy right here as they're both on ward. Spotted out his music. He'll just hop away.
Do you think that this bot crab is likely to be in favor of the Pantheon? But Griffin was skipped over a camp to get here. So they're both going to return to their own camp and try and get back. That means the Fury's going to be here first, so the crab actually going to be favored by him because Stray's reset was off. Him and Array didn't face together. So I think that's a big deal because this crab is level 6. And yeah, level 6, whichever jungler gets that, you know? Goes without saying, pretty good spike.
Wave shoved in by Levitating Zyko. Griffin's walking over in this direction. E-drop finds Stray. And Array, putting the pressure on that he was able to find, is able to force a flash out. Now Shochi coming onto the opposite end, will steal away. The Spirit Rush going right after Scylla. Scylla taking a chunk of damage, but Shochi needs to be careful as it's a 4 stack now stepping up for Citadel.
Yeah, this thing should be gone. I don't think music can get in here.
Oh, unless it comes back his way.
Oh, we're ulting.
All right, here we go. Grand Skyfall now coming in from Griffin. He wants to focus on the Shochi. Shochi still has the Spirit Rush to work with. Got some charges left on that. Griffin going to go deeper and deeper, but only to harass.
Yeah, that was curious look, honestly, from both teams. As I think draft-wise, I favor Pantheon in that fight versus Nefiri. I really think Nefiri needs 2 items to be, like, you know, peak. If you're going Shojin Cleaver. But either way, I think that Supernova can be kind of happy that they got the Pantheon ult for nothing. That is a win, even if they did lose out on the crab.
Levitate left alone for a little bit will allow Ray to get some econ going in his favor. See the Ultra Mega Fire Kick. Getting some chip damage onto Levitate. Putting more pressure onto him. Making this a rough spot for him. Shochi still holding ground over in the mid lane. Holding on to that Spirit Rush for quite some time, too.
Yeah, trade ults here in the mid lane. Shochi's going to get the first base and see if grubs are prioritized here by either team. I think we've seen a lot of grubs trading today where you just kind of snag one, keep on farming your camps, as grub's been pretty deprioritized overall. I think there is opportunity, though, this game, as it's going to be Gunblade from Bradley on the Akali, but I do think that if Hoarder gets going, there comes a point in time where Akali can't deal with the Ambessa anymore. So I favor grubs on Supernova just because I think the setup for being able to split, I think Ambessa might be able to do some work there.
Ray getting a lot of work done, but might step a little bit too far. Levitate taking damage, forces out the heal. E-drop gonna miss, and Array playing with fire, man. He's getting really in the face of Supernova's bot lane.
Yeah, Stray didn't quite have 6 yet. I think when 6 comes in, they'll feel pretty confident. And again, Array, 2nd game in a row where we see a lane dominant pick out of the Citadel squad, and the Array's executing upon it really nicely. So I like that. Array is a player that we always give kudos to his team fighting, but of course, as you grow in the game, or you have years under your belt, we expect people to be better players, better laners. It feels like Array is really prioritizing and doing that with Stray here. They've gotten off to quite the nice start in the bot lane. This music was waiting for a spite, a little bit goofy, but able to get his own blue buff, and spots Griffin, who might be looking to impact this bot lane that has been made quite volatile by the Ashe.
Going to be a little tricky to get off. Ashe Arrow was already used earlier. No Enchanted Crystal Arrow to try and get that crowd control going. Array being at half health made that a little bit too difficult as well. So just posing the threat for the time being. Still, Music's going to be happy enough that his presence there dissuaded it. And, that he got his blue buff. Definitely doesn't hurt. That's been contested so much throughout the series from him.
Yeah, bot lane priority. I mean, if there's no bot play available for Citadel, the fact that they have push, that's going to be first Drake going over to them. The game script overall for Citadel. So far, so good. That said, Bradley, Music has not been spotted up here. Not enough to bait Bradley in. In fact, the Hoarder caught it. Not going to be the case. Music's going to go back to his camps.
First Drake goes over to Citadel. It will be a Mountain Drake. Some extra defenses up on the board for Citadel. The ping's now coming out towards the Grubs. Play being called. I want to get Nefiri over into that direction. Music, his presence over there for Griffin. Start making his moves. The tricky thing here is a lot of the priority now coming out from Citadel. They're the first to the touch on moving out their support to try and shove in this wave. Make sure that Sela does get some prio over there. And they can move on to those Grubs.
And a little bit of a lead here for Asila. Open up the biggest one on the map so far. So looks like it's going to be the Morellonomicon. Or not Morellonomicon. The more alts as it is the Malignants coming in for Asila.
E-drop comes out. Can find anything. Chip damage onto Array nonetheless. Griffin finally in that position to go after the Grubs. He's going to start him up.
Yeah.
Look at that priority that you have.
I think that we're really prioritizing for Supernova getting Nefiri items. And I think that's somewhat understandable. But this is, to me, what makes Pantheon such a dominant champion on the patch, is that not only do you have still that pretty strong early game that Pantheon has kind of always had, thinking of the last version of Pantheon 2, but this version of Pantheon scales so much harder. The empowered abilities are really, really big. As hold on, dive.
Here comes Encore, finds Stray. Now Music looking to bail out. Be able to get out without much issues and call the pack, but there's still more damage being put onto him. Bullet Time forces the barrier from Array, as Array is still playing so aggro on this Ashe. Getting some punishment on the Music. Dive not going to go the way of Supernova.
I mean, again, Citadel's bot lane holding strong, as that is a win for them. They soak the gank, they get the Grubs. Citadel in real good shape here.
Oh, here comes the dive of Griffin. Hops right onto Zyko. Sees Music. There's more kills to be had. Music tries to run away. Gets away from the spear
Levitate.
at the very least. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Levitate was able to find Array in the grand scheme of things. Now Levitate chasing onto Griffin. Needs to play this carefully. Teleport comes out of Shochi. Shochi's still in the way. The Spear Rush jumps right into the face of Griffin. Griffin survives to the slither. Someone's got to take him down. Instead, they turn on to Stray. Now Griffin, he's going to try and recall, but
he's going down.
Very few places he could have gone, and they find him. He'll put up the shield, try and buy some time, get some chip damage onto Levitate, but ultimately shut down as Supernova collapsed onto Citadel.
I really thought that was a good play for Citadel. I think the big game changer was that Levitate flashed forward and killed Array first. Array going down removes a lot of the damage in that dive, and this is a great flash forward from Levitate to make sure that with Array falling, now Citadel got stuck on their side of the map, lacking damage, and that's what flipped the play for me in favor of Supernova.
And Shochi, the angle he came in, saw that Silo was coming over there, said, hey, give me your ultimate. I want to jump right in and take the fight to them. Makes it way too hard for that RA to have any effort, any impact when you've already taken down the key members that you need to.
Honestly, if we get a second look at that, I really want to focus on Levitate, because that was a pretty bad scenario for the Supernova bot lane. Again, Array, Stray, been landing really nicely so far, but that is a game warper down there, because now Levitate has that gold lead. It has the BT, so the sustain of the Milio and the Ashe, it's null. It's now in favor of MF, who has a lot of power at this point. So it's just going to be about using the E to space, make sure that you find the right trades. Just change things up a lot, though.
Doesn't find the Skana duct. Instead, they come out empty-handed in the trade. Sela will be able to outplay it for the most part. You can see how aggro Shochi has been in this game since he's gotten Silas. Now the chase coming out from Bradley. He does have that Gunblade. Going to pop it right on the Hoarder. Hoarder taking a lot of damage. Bradley looking to chip away. Hoarder looks to turn it around. Hoarder jumping into the face of Bradley. Uses the public execution. Bradley has to flash out.
Good flash by Bradley, but better play there from Hoarder as, again, if you don't get a lead early on this Akali, the Hoarder Ambessa will end up eclipsing you. And that Maw, I think already kind of enough to make sure that Ambessa's feeling good. Summoner spell taken away, and you know, the map's still tense, Deserex. This game's still close, but it feels like Supernova's trying to find one or two small wins. I say that. Syla's going to have to use the ult, but that is first brick going over to the Ahri in lane. And kudos to Syla. I think this was a blind pick. Syla, we teased a lot that last year at this time we had 4 rookie mids in the league. Syla was the community sentiment the weakest of those. But this has been a good game from him so far to start. I mean, Sylas to scale really nicely into the matchup. The fact that he has a CS lead, did secure that first brick, which just is raw laning. That's a positive, and a player that definitely we were looking to show improvement in this bout for NACL. So it has been working really hard on that C-Law grind. A good start to this game for Syla.
Plays well in the lane. Gotta give it now. Here comes the man drop coming in from Griffin. Easy gank to be found. I mean, that's what Pantheon does, man. He comes out of nowhere when you least expect it. Picks for that kill in the top lane. It's Bradley. A little more ahead, that 1v1.
I think Hoarder should have saved the flash in that one, and I think he's going to agree in the post-mort. As once that Comet Spear dropped from the sky, well, that Grand Starfall was the death sentence for Hoarder. So, good pick up for Bradley. Going to be a bit of a trade here, as the Dragon was secured by Supernova. Rift Herald will be secured by Citadel and Griffin.
Bradley proxying the wave on the meanwhile. It's every single minion. That's a lot that's going to be lost for Hoarder. Putting a cannon creep on top of it. Gives a good influx of gold. Now almost to 1k in the favor of Bradley. This is a position he needs to be if he wants to get the better of the Ambessa matchup.
Yeah, that was a really nice pickup. As, again, I think that's a matchup that you got to kind of flip, or at least put in favor of the Akali, and that does get Bradley kind of, like, we were just talking about how we felt like Ambessa might be able to eclipse it. Oh, Bradley's kind of back in that matchup, so good call by him and Wiggly. Get up there and make sure that Bradley's back in control on this carry. Stable game, a couple summoner spells missing now. Curious to see if we have more focus top with both top laners flashes down.
Ash Arrow comes out. Not going to land onto anything. Array trying to shoot that right up the river. There is some vision right there, so that plays to what you were talking about, Cubby.
Yeah, you got to shoot him from fog. The competitive and a 5-stack, you have any wards that spot it, these guys are on top of that. You have to take every advantage you can get. If you watch Hans playing this in G2, those arrows were coming from base. I think the coolest one I saw was he fired one off from like his own inner turret. Yeah, it's a riskier angle to hit mid, but what a unique angle that a good player may not be expecting is top lane. Bradley.
Here we go, Bradley. Forced to use his ultimate to get away. Public execution will not land on him, so he'll slip on by. Yeah, I remember that play in specific. There was a comms game. That was actually a Caps call that came out.
Yep. Yeah, but that's the kind of stuff you got to look for. I mean, these guys are good. We may not be first stand good, but we're good at the game. We're on top of things. Speaking of being on top of things, Syla's looking for a deep flank. Griffin here.
Oh, Zyko, wrong place, wrong time, takes a chunk of damage, but here comes the rest of the squad looking to make him pay. Shochi jumps in, steals away the ultimate. Encore is going to land onto nothing. Syla is getting lower and lower, gets chased down by Shochi. Shochi wants to, underneath the tower, finds Bradley, gets the shutdown, and the man drop going to be used to escape. Now Ray's all by his lonesome, dealing with this Ahri ult that's been stolen from his teammate.
Shochi.
Abduct, stay away from Shochi, as he will make you pay as he goes on a rampage. I can finally say it. He's the whole damn Shochi.
Shochi, welcome back, baby. He's on Supernova. I gotta say, he had a pretty admirable split with Dorado last year, and that was a split play by Citadel. Griffin was chasing Hoarder's Ambessa. Is Griffin gonna have to burn the flash on the way out now? And Zyko, again, he was engaged upon by a Syla, but this Seraphine, too tanky early on. I think he's got a couple points in W. That heal looked fat, dropping the hails on himself. got out, and this play's not done. Griffin probably going down.
We got a teleport coming out from Bradley, though.
Tiger's going down.
He can clean up these kills in the back end. Music didn't get it onto Griffin. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands right onto Music. Now Music in a bad way gets cut out by Stray. Support going to take the kill. Shochi going to still chase onto Griffin. Will use that Akali ultimate that he's stolen away to get a kill right back, but now he's got to deal with Bradley. Bradley looking for the chase. Turning it around is Shochi. Shochi getting a chunk of damage. Stray looking to join the battle, looking to join the fray. Shochi, so much healing picked up by him, gets caught by the ultra rapid fire kick and will get pumped away as it's a kill going over to this top side.
Matt, he dodged out on the first Akali E. That was a pretty impressive click by Shochi, but Supernova overextending a bit. I mean, right as we're setting up, what a positive play that was for Supernova, and a split play from Citadel. The retreat from Supernova is split. Citadel able to get back in there and punish, get that gold back, get Bradley a brick, and just like that, kind of back where we started before the play even happened. Citadel with a small lead, and a lot of that's on Bradley.
Yeah, Bradley picking that up 1K ahead of Hoarder at this point. Almost done with the second item on top of that. They're now spawning on the map. We got 15 seconds before Hextech hits the map as well. Seems that's kind of the theme for today. A lot of Hextech Dragons. Now, getting a little bit of vision. Citadel are in position to at least start getting their foot forward to take that Drake.
Yeah, almost, I mean, feels like the series has been nothing but action.
Oh, Hoarder.
We have a moment with Citadel. I mean, 5 people bot. Hoarder is going to get a friend. What can Shochi do?
A public execution comes out. Shochi's going to be in the middle of all of this, trying to create some distance, gets away from the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, but gets taken out nonetheless. Bullet time not going to really land onto much. Hoarder looking to run away from this one, but Bradley in the middle of them all, chasing them down, wants to get those perfect executions. Mad Drop comes in, Griffin takes down Psycho. The chase coming out from Asila, wants to find Hoarder. Hoarder getting underneath his tower, no charm to follow through, and Citadel strike first.
I think that's just got to be a give from Supernova, or like a TP to the inner or further back from Shochi. Hoarder was already in such a tough spot. Shochi, the one who's fed, puts himself in the same exact tough spot. It feels like they played into exactly what Citadel wanted with the overload. As I mean, Citadel dropped the Herald, get 2 turrets. They can pick up the Dragon in the back half. They just blew this game wide open.
I believe Shochi felt like he had more time to get in there, but with the Rift Herald going down, that tower was gone in the blink of an eye, and it put him in a bad situation.
I mean, all Supernova coming to play Hero Ball, honestly. And yeah, Shochi's the one that has all the kills, all the gold. And he TP's in the middle of 5, so it's really easy for Citadel. We talked about, where's Pantheon going to go? Press W on that Silas, everyone follows up. Bradley had a beastly fight here. As we did see when he went in the Shroud in the 5, again, there's not a lot of CC that can deal with a college, that I think was why Bradley wanted to pull this pick out.
Yeah.
And Bradley, I mean, now sitting 3-1-2, it feels like he's the guy that there's not a lot of CC that can stop Akali. If he gets on this back line, especially as a top lane Akali that has increased resources, this could be a real problem for Supernova, one that they were not able to deal with in the last play. See if they're able to deal with it in this next one, as everyone's kind of back grouped up mid here.
Also, this Melio pick has been doing work. Stray.
Yep.
If you've been noticing, every time Encore comes out, it's to try and use it in tandem with the bullet time to keep Array locked into that damage as long as possible. Instantly, Breath of Life, he's out of it. No issue whatsoever keeping his team going, but it might be an issue for himself as bullet time onto Stray. Pop the Breath of Life in the Cozy Campfire and get out.
I mean, Shochi's not even playing Ashe, and he's the one firing ults from Fog. That was nice, as didn't get more than an ult out of Melio, but hey, it was an optimistic look. As it's yet another Hextech Soul game here. So we got a lot of ports and likely some action. Bradley has tucked himself away here in the top lane, and that's a nice arrow. That will not be followed up on.
Yeah, no one was even remotely close at that point. But hey,
I think Bradley was thinking about it, yeah.
I think even then, just trying to get as much information as he can is a big part of that. Now, vision control coming out from Supernova. They're not that far behind, but bigger issue is just going to be the gold being on key members here. As the fight breaks out, Array, taking a bit of damage. Now the Mad Drop coming out. along with the Syla joining in. They're looking to take him out from all angles, jumping on Zyko, taking a lot of damage in the process. Shochi does have the perfect execution, but can't do much with it when Hoarder's taken out by Bradley. Big Bradley is on deck with this Akali as he swipes up Supernova.
It's been multiple plays in a row now where they pick on the Seraphine. Zyko can't do anything, and they don't have any CC for this Akali as Bradley continues to go crazy. Music might be going down.
Yeah, Music looking for an angle on in. Accidentally goes right over the Baron pit. Baron being started by Citadel. Supernova have to give this up.
I mean, these plays, it's just over the top damage onto the Seraphine. Seraphine's kind of stuck in the middle of nowhere. The turrets are down. And Citadel just able to create these angles, and keep in mind, there is no hard CC on Supernova versus Emilio. And it really feels like the front line with the lead that Citadel has now can just run rampant on Supernova with no deterrence.
They are wearing purple, and they're hitting back onto the Rift. Now a 3K lead. Let's take another look at that previous fight. As you said, focus down that Seraphine first.
I mean, this fight's already over by the time we hop in the replay, just because they got Zyko's Flash, they got Zyko's Mikhail, they got Zyko's Heal, and they got Zyko's Seraphine. As everyone fell to the prowess of Citadel on that engage. Great find from Griffin. I do like, we set up Griffin and Bradley need to play together in this game. Yeah. As the Pantheon is that point-and-click CC, you can guarantee the Akali combo off of. That was very well done and well executed by Griffin and Bradley as they found the kills there, and now Citadel trying to look to push us to a little bit of a longer day here up here on the desk.
Now Citadel, they want a game 3. Bradley is right there waiting for the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. It goes out on the stride. Bullet time doesn't find much though. Still the chase coming out from Supernova will come to an end, and it's empty-handed for SN.
I mean, at least Citadel, like the Baron push gets the way to wave. Shochi.
Oh, here we go. Public Execution comes out. They're looking for Stride once again. They jump onto the supports, onto the back line, looking for more. Shochi finds a Ray, and suddenly it's pick after pick found by Supernova. They do not let it dissuade them. They will be relentless with their assault.
I mean, I think Citadel are overforcing there a little bit. They tried to play a secondary lane, and Stray didn't have the ultimate. So I think that's the adjustment from Supernova, is they bled the Milio ult, and then they found the re-engage with the Encore this time around, as it was the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They got the ult in the first place. Shochi's going down.
Not sure how he got there, but shouldn't have been there.
It was a Griffin ult. Yeah, he thought it was a 1v1, and then it was a 2v1. And Shochi, unfortunately, the 2v1 was not in his favor, so he falls. Was a nice engage on the top side, though, to find a Ray. And they did get a Ray's Flash and will get the Dragon off this. So I think even post-Baron, Citadel's probably not happy with how this Baron went for him. They didn't really get a lot off of it. No. I think the play to get the Baron was fantastic, but you probably want to secure the third Dragon, given it's a Hextech Soul, and this is a win con on its own.
Oh, man.
And now, I mean, ults are down. Seraphine's here.
This is a bit of the dynamic duo. Griffin and Bradley working in tandem to try and take down Hoarder. Hoarder looking to back out. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going to land onto nothing. Here comes Levitate looking to pop on to Griffin. Silas over the wall looking for an angle to charm in. Zyko got to be careful. Steps away just in time to not get caught out. Baron buff still active for Citadel, but they can't continue the push.
I mean, only getting one inner turret and losing a Dragon is a pretty disappointing Baron. So I think Citadel probably going to want to rethink that one. I think that they just stayed too long top. Once Stray lost his ultimate, we talked about the adjustments Supernova's making in that game. I like the fact they split up the CC. They got Milio ult out early, and then they found the re-engage. I want to see Supernova do that again, and I want to see Citadel expect that. Stray needs to be a little bit more disciplined. The fact that he has Mikhail's now can actually help, because it might help him save that big ultimate for that AoE cleanse for the right time and avoid the exact same scenario just happened. So I like the item pickup from him. I do want to see Citadel adapt to that as with their play. So I do think that was a nice solution from Supernova that found them a win in that scenario when they were down Baron.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how you were mentioning there's no hard CC for Supernova. Would have been true if Shochi wasn't hijacking that Enchanted Crystal Arrow to get things going. So it's been a big pickup for Shochi, but Shochi has been kind of on and off in this game so far. Sometimes he give it, sometimes he take it away, sometimes he int, sometimes he is him. But now Supernova do need a lock in. They've managed to get this gold lead to stay exactly where it is for Citadel, but they're going to need a lot more.
Yeah, honestly, I just think that TP from Shoshi to the bot outer turret was the oopsie. I don't know if that was a team call or not. But I think outside of that, Shochi's been really good this game. Like, the plays are kind of being made through him. I think that, if anything, after he makes a good play, he just needs a teammate to be like, Shochi, that was a good play. Your tools are down. Back off, right? Let's make another one. Wait for the tools. Because when his tools have been up, I mean, he's been fantastic on this Silas. I think that some of the fights and skirmishes he's taken have been really, really sound. See if he can continue it. Maybe fishing for Bradley here. And it's going to continue. So they're really looking.
Execution taking. They really want Bradley right here. They are locking him down for quite some time. Bradley going to go golden. Here comes the encore, getting over the wall in time. Bullet time follows through. Shochi is able to find the pick onto Bradley. That's a big pick on someone who's been running the back line with the 2K lead against his lane opponent. Supernova taking one off the map.
A shutdown onto Shochi too, as he continues to try and be the Shochi. Just found a little bit more budget for another season, as he keeps on piling on those items. Do like the formation Supernova has here. I know it's small, but Hoarder sitting in front's good, but we have an ult coming in. Flashed out by Zyko, and now Silo might be stuck.
Ooh, this is going to be pretty tough right here. Here comes the Pulpic Execution out of Hoarder, looking to focus down onto Stray. Stray has to burn the Breath of Life, but still fighting back is going to be Citadel. But look at Shochi. He's teleporting into a rough spot right now. Gets chunked out. Will go golden. No. Can it buy him enough time? He will take away that Ahri ultimate, the Spirit Rush, and dash out of there. Almost a misstep for Supernova, but it does lose them some presence on the map. Griffin jumps in. What is he doing? He's looking to run away. Puts up the shield. Gets taken out. Guardian Angel's going to be popped.
I think it's just the GA. Still a bit of a head scratcher from both sides, to be fair. As, you know, if Shochi just TP's back like one wave behind, I think I'd like it a little bit better. Both TPs have kind of put him into a rock and hard place. Speaking of which, Psycho, goodbye!
Music realizing he does not belong in this side of the map. Shochi's still going to jump in and try and help out with the situation. Now getting caught out by Array, gets caught by the charm as well. Shochi cannot escape the slow, cannot escape the charm, and Citadel are looking to build up around this Baron.
Honestly, that was a really sloppy blast cone because they should have been on this Baron already. That actually might be enough to kind of slow it down.
Jump for Bradley.
Bradley's going to try and hold the line. Yeah, they found him. Supernova doing a nice job of picking their way around. Still an oopsie from Shochi. As man, this guy, if he strings two good plays together, it's a maybe.
Champ Curse Arrow on to Levitate. Music looking to run away from this one. Charm does not land. Sila not in the way he wants to be, but Levitate in a worse position when Bradley's right on your tail. Bradley gets low. Couple shots come in from Hoarder and Levitate. And it's going to stop at least the Baron. That felt like it was almost destined for Citadel.
That's Hextech Dragon, by the way, for Supernova. And this is my thing with Citadel, and like one of the mistakes we saw when they were on Supernova, like an issue with Ole Miss and Collegiate, as we have a precision play presented by Philips, Norelco, One Blade. That Ash Arrow down the middle. Oh my gosh, do the minions do the dirty work? No. Free goal, baby! As Stray picks up a Stray, as the pack wasn't enough to keep Music alive. That said, was able to pick up a Dragon in the back half, and this is my thing with the Citadel Ole Miss, you know, the squad. Sometimes they play too fast, and they lose sight of the bigger objective. And if I have to boil down one big thing that's the difference between the winners and losers of NACL Week 1, I think it would be opting into another play after you lost the initial play and losing sight of the bigger picture. I think we saw Citadel do that right there. By wasting time with a sloppy blast cone around the Baron or posturing, they miss out now in the last two Dragons. And now another Hextech Soul could come in for Supernova as a fight.
Ooh, Hoarder kind of in a bad way right here. Encore goes out. It gets blocked completely by the Hourglass. This is without Array, by the way. Citadel just run into the jungle and take down Supernova, who are forced to go on to retreat. There's only two that remain. Citadel would love to close out the game right now. Jumping onto Shochi. Music on the opposite end. A spear goes wide. Citadel instead going to go for the Baron.
All right, Citadel get another chance at a Baron to play. As the last one, again, that last Baron, the first Hextech Dragon that went over to Supernova was during a Citadel Baron. This time around, they drop a Dragon, a very good find onto Hoarder, as Supernova just playing a little bit too far up. Again, Psycho falls to the pressure, as looks like Music was posturing mid, but yeah, it doesn't matter. This Baron's going down. And with the second Baron of the game, we'll see if Citadel can put the pieces together to find the win.
They at least got a bigger lead this time. We'll say that much, 5.5K. But they're going to need to find a little bit more than, losing a dragon like they did in that previous push. Bradley looking to hunt for anything that might be around this side of the jungle. It's still just over 3 minutes before that Hextech spawns. And that right there could be Supernova's win condition if they can just weather the storm.
No, I think so. Again, Hexel, regardless of game state, can be a win con. So the 6K gold lead is big for Citadel. A lot of that in the hands of Bradley. I think it's sitting at a lot of golden base, looking at some of these item break points. But I still get a little bit concerned for them. I just think the big thing for me in this game was Supernova. They kind of lack hard CC, and we've really seen Zyko struggle to deal with the overwhelming engage tools that Citadel can throw at them, as that arrow, unfortunately for Citadel, did split the uprights. They're trying to crack the castle on the other side of the map. It's TP coming in this time around from Hoarder.
Baron empowered waves hitting both the mid and bot lanes. Shochi looking to hold ground. That cannon minion is going to do a lot of work, and it's always very difficult to get close enough, especially when there's two of them. See Hoarder needing to work on just that, and it does keep that bot lane inhibitor tower up a little bit longer.
Hoarder's scoreline has not been impressive. I have liked how he's tried to take up some space here in those later fights. Shochi.
Shochi getting charmed out. Big misstep right there. Gets him down to about half health. Will still away the Spirit Rush. And here we go. Oh, perfect execution. Does not land. Syla going to jump forward. Looking for Shochi. In the meanwhile is Bradley. We follow through. Perfect execution. Inhibitors exposed both in the mid and bottom lane. Citadel looking to build their base in the territory of Supernova as they lead in these Baron empowered waves.
I think Supernova might have to look to fight now. Under these turrets, I mean, conditions are down. Bradley doesn't have his ultimate. Syla doesn't have his ultimate. Supernova should look.
Yeah. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is back up, so it might be an angle right now. Runs through, lands onto Zyko, now jumping forward. Encore finds Griffin. Griffin's able to defend against a lot of it. And just like that, Supernova pushed back, but they haven't lost anyone just yet. Now jumping in, Syla finds the charm on the Levitate. Levitate will go down. Shochi gets critically low, has to go golden. Hoarder trying to buy some time, jumps into the back line looking for a Ray. Wants to make him pay. Will be able to slay him and take him down. Another kill going to be picked up by Supernova. Shochi's still in it. He can heal up for a lot of the damage. It's going to be up to Bradley to get the work done. Bradley's still in it. Shochi's still in it. Shochi gets onto the respawn in time to heal up. Nexus is exposed. Shochi has to make it work, but he crumbles in front of Citadel. Now it's all up to Hoarder, but there's not enough time left for Supernova. Citadel will take game 2.
Oh, felt like that game was close. It was back and forth, but that second Baron for Citadel was a much cleaner execute. As Shochi, he had so many good moments and a couple of bad moments that I think really set Supernova behind in that one. We got to give Citadel credit, though. Overall, the lack of hard CC and that last pick of Kali, they made life so difficult for that Seraphine throughout the game, and that was the big difference maker for me in making sure that they got the gold, got the lead they needed, where Bradley in the top side did end up kind of taking over the game. And I know we talked a lot about Shochi as the main character on the other side. I think Syla was a pretty silent, solid performer for Citadel in that one, as he kind of tries to elevate his play in his second appearance in NACL this time around.
Yeah, I really do want to give all the credit in the world going over to Bradley, because I had a lot of questions with him coming back into the top role. Will we see that return to form that we had from Team Liquid Academy / Team Liquid Challengers being put on that Akali? There was a lot that he was taking away from Supernova, just reaping havoc in the backline. He looks so good on that champion and shows that he still got those hands, man. On that note, we are going to take a moment to throw it over a short break while we get ready for the series defining Game 3. We'll be right back.
Drip. Edge. Shave.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Drip. Edge.
Trim, edge, and shave with Philips Norelco One Blade. One tool for all you need.
Philips Norelco One Blade presents Shave All Things. Your style made simple with Philips Norelco One Blade 360.
Welcome back, everyone, to the NACL Citadel versus Supernova. It's chaotic, it's all over the place, and it's a game 3 to finish out today. And that last one, I mean, it was all over the place, man. We got to see moments like Big Bradley being back on deck, duoed with Griffin as well, who I felt like we didn't really speak enough about, Cubby.
Yeah, I know that we were framing a lot of it as finding the Seraphine and giving a lot of kudos to Citadel about how they were able to find this the Seraphine. Yeah, it was Bradley that was maybe finding Seraphine in the end, but that was all dictated by Griffin, who I think had some nice ultimates, dictated the pace of that game really well on a champion that I view as being very powerful on this patch. And I mean, the first 2 games of this series, we've been well over a kill a minute for a pace, Deserex. So well, you've been eating good. I think that hopefully everyone at home has been eating good, and we can kick off our weekend and our Fridays here with hopefully a nice rubber match for game 3.
And then what's interesting about Supernova was Shochi, because I feel like we saw all forms of Shochi in a single game, where he could show just how high his carry potential is, and then we have him teleporting into Oblivion in some games. It's a little bit of a mix for Shochi, and it's something he definitely needs to dial in coming into this game 3.
It is. I think that, again, you want to harness that raw ability he has and put it in the right direction. I do think that a couple of the TPs, I think the bot one was a team call where he TP'd in the 5. The one mid was the one for me where he's just too far up. And just after the good plays, maybe take a deep breath, reset, hit tab, check the minimap a couple more times, and try and make a better decision afterwards. Because we did, you can see the mechanical prowess. I thought that was a great game for Sylas. I do think that Shochi played it quite well, but there were a couple moments that deaths like that are expensive, and against a good team like Citadel, it's going to get punished. As we take a look, and yeah, you can see some of the work that Bradley was able to put down in that game. I do think that the lane kind of helps with the damage numbers, but man, did Bradley go to work or what?
Oh yeah, Big Bradley is definitely back, and feels like he's on comfort now that he's back over in that top lane and getting picks like his tried and true Akali. Also, quick shout out to Stray. I really did like the timings with the Breath of Life. It was a good counter to the Encore. Oftentimes, when Array was caught by the Encore and forced into the bullet time, instantly cleansed, no problem. Even got a Mikhail's on top of it to ensure that it wasn't going to be the biggest issue.
Yeah, and I've got to say, also in hindsight, that Ashe Milio into the MF Seraphine, I think that was unique. I appreciate that read. The Milio really neutralized the Seraphine nicely there. So I'm curious if we see more of that. I do think that in other games, I would prefer to see a Galio mid kind of blanket as a solution. If you're going to pair up with Ashe Milio, because you really do need some frontline. But I thought the Ahri was good. We're giving Sylas some kudos as someone that last time we saw Sylas in NACL, it wasn't the best performance. He was one of the weaker mids. I think that he had a nice game there, and would like to see that continue. As we do dive into the last game with that loss for Supernova, they took counter pick. Citadel took blue side.
So quick shout out to Slayer. He's been saying Ashe Milio is viable. And very happy to see that one go through. So
that Milio champ is not okay. I think in competitive, it has some weaknesses. But man, if you get good scenarios from Milio, that kid is crazy. Between the W, the E, and the R, it's so much healing. So yeah, that's a very powerful champion. But man, Wukong banned again by Citadel. They really don't want Music to have that champion. I think they banned it all 3 games.
Yeah. It's a great initiator for Music in the playstyle that he likes to do. Cyclone can be so effective in a lot of team fights, so you can clearly see why they don't want Music to have it. One more ban now over on the side. I was curious if Orianna was going to make it through, but no, it will be the final ban for Super.
I think part of the Wukong ban is that they're putting him in a bind for Jarvan. Jarvan's probably the last primo jungler that's on the table here, with Nocturne off the table too, so curious if that ends up being first picked, which it looks like it is.
Yeah, Jarvan.
I don't love Jarvan first pick. I think that the powerful part about Jarvan is flashes, right? Cataclysm, Flag and Drag. You want to take away flashes because that's how you get out of his abilities. And also, I mean, if you're able to take champions that can get out of those things without flash, that takes a lot of the power away from Jarvan. So 5 picks for Supernova now where they're going to have Jarvan in mind. And yeah, I think that Ezreal going to make an appearance. We've seen a lot of hovers. This is the game for it.
Yeah. Pretty easy pickup now coming for Levitate. considering against a Jarvan, like, it's a great pick to have. Flag and Drag, you can just Arcane Shift out of it. Cataclysm, you can Arcane Shift out of it. There's not much you have to worry when it comes to a lot of these ganks that are going to be attempted by Griffin in bot lane. So far, so good for Supernova, at least in the early exchanges of this draft. See what they want to pair that alongside. We've talked about Enchantress meta. A lot of Enchantresses are now banned, as Emilio, Lulu, Ilio, I said Emilio twice, Nico, Seraphine. Not going to see the light of day into this next one. Aurora now locked in for Super.
Like this, can be flexible with Hoarder in the top side. Rumble's already off the table. Definitely dissuades from Renekton going through, which was banned away by Supernova in the last one. So definitely I think they have that pick in mind. Also gives you a way to get out of Cataclysm. So like that pick. As Ryze taken. A lot of power showing early on here for Citadel. And I mean, I see Ezreal. Are they bold enough to take a Sivir here for Array or something of the likes of that nature? As I also will say, Desterux, I'm on Mundo watch now that we're in Game 3 and some of these junglers are off the table. I think Jarvan Ryze is... You could play Mundo into it. Now, Cataclysm does have some power for Mundo because you can just Cataclysm the Mundo and then flag and drag out, and then he's stuck.
He's just there.
So that will be a little bit of difficulty for Music, but yeah, I think with a Sivir taken, Alistar should be the pick here for Zyko. Zyko on Engage is fantastic. I think Zyko at his best can be the best support in this league. We have seen him win this league before. A motivated Zyko, man. I think that this guy, hands down, he lanes well. He's got the mechanics. He's really talented. So curious to see if that ends up being the Alistar. Oh, going to be the Malphite. Yeah. Okay.
And so switching it over to the Malphite, again, that ultimate, the Unstoppable Force, is so deadly in what you want to do. And you're looking at two short-range champions as well in the Ryze and the Sivir. The Spell Shield's not used at the optimal time. That could be it right there. That could ruin your day, put that slow on your attack speed, and make it way too difficult to actually win a lot of these team fights. So Malphite, very potent.
I think we're going to see an Alistar ban here. Citadel. As I mean, the other nice part about the Malphite is that you already picked Sylas, so you saved yourself a ban. Easy peasy.
Don't got to worry about it.
Easy peasy. You can even pick Alistar. You don't have to ban Sylas either. It's fine. I think Alistar hits the ban this, though, here. See if Citadel's worried about that. Yeah, of course, Headbutt Pulverize combo. You can only spell shield 1, get the stun afterwards. So that's why we see a lot of Alistar into Sivir. That and Sivir being short-ranged.
It would also be crazy. You basically have two unstoppable forces at that point.
Yeah, that would be that would be a little crazy. So we'll say that for Supernova, showing a lot of magic damage. So I would like to see Citadel ban a physical damage champion last, just given what's showing. I don't think they want any more magic damage the show for Supernova. As Nautilus taken away, maybe they're going to protect a potential support blind here for the Ezreal. Curious what they might be looking at though with Nautilus out.
I mean, we're hitting the point where a lot of these Enchantresses have already been played, so we're getting towards the engage supports. Looking at still popular ones that might be available, Karma is one that definitely does stick out.
Still banned. Yeah, Karma's been banned all day.
Oh, Karma's been why do I keep missing the bans, man? What am I doing here?
You just don't want to look at my side of the screen. It's fine, Desterux.
That's really what it is.
I don't blame you for that one, frankly, but you know. Jace taken away. That Jace ban's definitely a hoarder pick. Trying to think though of like what they really want, where they would take Jace away. Is it still maybe a Renekton look for Bradley in the top lane?
Oh, this could be the angle. I mean, okay, Bard getting taken right there.
Yeah.
We did see that combo a little bit earlier today in the previous matchup that we had with AMI versus NRG. See if that can ring true once again. I mean, it's two ways to really set up your engage, get the ball rolling, and of course, if you are very proficient at it, it lets you roam the map like crazy, have influences like we saw with Spica that first series. But we'll see what the response is going to be now, as again, a lot of Enchantresses taken away, so now we're looking at engage champs, and Rakan is definitely one of those.
Oh my goodness, I think it's Ryze top, or they're going to double flex Ryze and Cassio. Wow. As Bradley has another mid lane champ that he can play top. That is a really lane dominant pick. Aatrox is tough into Cassio, man. that would be a scary one for me, as the ground can be really, really tough for Aatrox. Also, Cassio gets a lot of move speed in her kit, especially in the new season, as the Snake can build socks now. Oh, but it's going to be the Yorick for Hoarder. So, okay, I got to be honest. I don't know, because Cassio, if you Q E minions, you get more health back. I think that works that way on ghouls, but I'm not exactly sure what the math or science is. And we do have a choice about where that Cassio ends up going, as I think it's to be in the hands of Bradley up top. I do think that Cassio is a little bit easier to play than Ryze up top, but man, Music, I really want to see Music and Zyko get active, because I think that you have to punish Cassio and Ryze, because if you leave these guys landing in isolation, especially the Cassio up top, things can be tough. So this does put a lot of split push pressure for Hoarder on the map, and because you are going up against two mages, no one's going to be able to answer this Yorick. If you're bringing the Sivir there, then you're probably playing away from the objective, and that's bad news bears. So I really think there's an emphasis now on Supernova to play more than one lane as we move throughout this game.
I am pretty sure that interaction does ring true, by the way.
It should.
Yorick, because I've seen it work with Scion Yorick, so I'm pretty sure that's going to be the same situation right there. But yeah, split pushing menace that you can really have. And even if it was to come down to a team fight, you can put up basically your own Colosseum and kind of mimic what J4 is looking to do there. It can help set up situations, or even follow up situations like the Tempered Fate and the Unstoppable Force. There's a lot of tools you can do here, but split pushing is going to be the biggest of priorities when you are on that Yorick.
Yeah, this is interesting. I always love these game threes sometimes. I think that both bot lanes are signing up to move. So I really want to see Zyko versus Stray. Of course, Stray. A counter pick was unique in the last game, but Zyko, for me, probably the support you favor coming in, given that Stray is a role swap. Of course, we did see Stray compete internationally as a support way back when at MSI, but Zyko has been doing this for a while now at a really high level here at Tier 2. And man, that Bard, again, having Zyko on engaged duties, I think that he's definitely a player that has the hands to play the Enchantresses. I have confidence in him with that. But his role with Maryville was always engaged, and he was damn good at it. So we'll see what he can do for his team as we dive into Game 3.
Final game of the day, Supernova versus Citadel. Twitch chat, let us know who you think is going to take it. Is this Supernova favored? Is this Citadel favored? CTG in Twitch chat, SN in Twitch chat. But this is what it all comes down to round out week 1 of the regular season in NACL.
Oh yeah, Bradley's got that Conqueror up there on the top side, so he's going to be looking to get to work on the Yorick. Curious about that one, as again, Hoarder, a top laner that a lot of people are excited about, one that I think has made a lot of strides recently. Just thinking back to, I talked about the Cydo combines that Park hosted. Hoarder was there both years as a top laner. It was him versus Zamudo for a lot of that, and Hoarder was a Rookie of the Year last year. We're going up against Bradley, the back-to-back NACL champion when he was with the TL Spawn team with Harry and Yawn. Bradley was a big part of that. And Bradley has had a lot of success with the staff of Citadel in the past too. So curious to see what he can do on this team. Hoarder didn't sidestep that. He's in trouble.
Yeah, a lot of damage on the Hoarder. Hoarder's got to be careful. Has to burn his flash to get away from it. That's Cassiopeia for you. Once that Q does land, it's a lot of damage that's going to follow. The stun comes out of Hoarder, gets him some ground, and he's going to be okay.
He's Bradley's Wow, honestly, this is really good for Hoarder now. It's going to take Bradley a while to get that mana back. He will ding 3. Hoarder's got to dodge out on that, but as long as he survives this, he will be able to soak the majority of this wave onto the tower and should be fine. And Bradley being down flash is way more important than Yorick missing the flash. So, honestly, Hoarder...
recall right away.
Yeah, Hoarder kind of came up okay on that flip. I think Bradley should... I don't know if he has enough CS even to grab a tier. If he isn't able to get a tier, that's a giant win for the Yorick.
Bradley's staying a little bit longer. Okay, does back up and top the recall.
I think he wants the tier.
That's the whole thing. It's the tier.
Yeah, it's close on the minions, because I don't know if he got the cannon or not. I did not see. As he's TPing back,
there
to get the tier. Okay, that's okay for Bradley, but Hoarder's probably going to have to match this. He's going to play with his health bar a little bit as he tries to trade it and get back with better conditions, but man, kind of a close bout there early on at the top side. Shout out to our observers and team behind the scenes for showing that. Always fun to see the volatile lanes in person. As Jungle, we're looking at him right now, and not too much to look at, as it is a mirrored clear We had Malphite going top to bot, and Jarvan working his way up towards that top side.
I do want to double back to a little bit of that conversation you were having. Actually, I don't think I can, because Griffin's already focusing up towards his top side.
He has
Recall's
to, but
gonna
Hoarder
be
should
made.
ward.
Hoarder's got to be careful.
Yeah,
Hoarder's
I
gotta
think
be
Bradley
very
gave it away.
careful right here.
Those clicks from Bradley kind of gave it away. Hoarder knows. I'm actually a little bit surprised that Malphite didn't stick around and take the Raptors, because Music saw the Raptors respawning, and I believe Griffin might have went for an AoE clear, because it's Raptors into Krugs, which you can do as Jarvan, you clear fast. But if Malphite would have gotten those respawn Raptors, that actually would have been a really big win for Supernova, and Music did spot that information, but instead, prioritizing the base and the tempo, and he's going to work his way down.
Hard shove now coming through from the bot lane of Supernova. Again, this is a very hard lane to gank, so even having Griffin towards this bottom side can be pretty tricky. You also got to think about the way some of this terrain interacts with Bard, right? Like, Cosmic Binding could very easily be landed within the Cataclysm. Of course, that's for a level 6 conversation, but it's a pretty good little tech to have.
No, that's a good shout. Definitely one to look out for. I like Jarvan Bard together. I like Bard and the Jarvan. Raises the value of that pick a little bit. You'll take any and every edge you can get playing games at this level. And honestly, big game for both these teams. Supernova really hoping to compete with the top of the table with this crew. And I think Citadel hoping to have a better result than the last time Ole Miss was representing a roster in the NACL. As Music's going to get in here, but he's going to be found.
Found rather fast. Griffin, flag and drag over the wall, spots out the big rock man.
Psycho. Griffin should read that something funky's going on here, though.
Yeah, Psycho now stepping up. Still secured by Griffin. Psycho gets the Cosmic Binding, but doesn't really amount to much.
I think Music missed the smite. I see that smite coming off cooldown fast. It was 606, and I think he smited, and it was Griffin's pet that got it, so... Bit of an oopsie there.
Judgy taking a lot of damage. We'll pop the Between Worlds. Onto Stray, clears out the wave all at the same time. Posing the threat he can post, Syla kind of eyeballing what's going on in this mid lane all the meanwhile. We have a potential dive to be set up. This is not looking good for Hoarder. Flag and Drake finds it. It's an easy first blood for Citadel.
Really well done by Griffin and Bradley. Again, we saw them take over the map in Game 1. Game 2, that's a pretty important depth for Hoarder. He's going to miss out on a lot of resources up there. I know that that's going to be on Hoarder a little bit. I actually don't like how Music played this map, though. I really feel like because they read that Jarvan was top, it was important for him to deny those respawn Raptors. And that Wolves invade, that's the hardest camp to invade and take away from an opponent. I would have preferred if you would have looked at the Gromp or something else, because I think that once you throw away a lot of that tempo, it opens up a play for Griffin just like that. That he was able to take and run with as Griffin off to another good start in this one and getting Bradley off to a nice start too. Those are the items you want to be sitting on early as Cassio, as Bradley's going for that double scaling and is sitting pretty with the tier and the catalyst already.
It's going to get Bradley in a pretty good situation rather early on into this. That makes it harder for Yorick and Hoarder to play the game that he wants to play. He wants to play in the side lanes. He wants to be able to push out, but Bradley will be chasing him down often.
You can see Bradley with this lead. I mean, the wave is bigger for Bradley on the way in, and he is already up a level on Hoarder. So, significant lead for a lane bully pick in the Cassio. As... I think Hoarder's going to try and crash this one, go from there. I still think late. Like, if this goes late, I'm kind of curious to see what happens with the Yorick and the Cassio. I think there's a world where Cassio might be able to Omega outscale or have the move speed to kind of deal with Yorick. Of course, Cassio can be a rather volatile pick. If you get on top of Cassio, I mean, if Malphite ult is used there and you can combo, she has, other parts of her kit that struggle, given how powerful she can be in lane.
Music, level 6. We want to see where this Unstoppable Force is going to lead him. Flash is down for Syla, so this could be an angle to go for. Damage coming in from the Weirding. Now jumping in with Between Worlds, looking to get Music into the fray, but it's a 3-man stack. Now stepping up, Unstoppable Force goes in, looking for a Syla. Zyko's going to take that kill. Now Stray has to run out of this. Will jump right over that wall, and it's a pick for Supernova.
I think it was an Ignite tick that took it, so a little bit unlucky for Supernova, but a good play. Honestly, props to Citadel. They kind of read that one coming, but it's really tough to win a fight against Malphite when he has 6. It just doesn't really happen from the Malphite jungle. if a team's able to take the play with him. That said, that ult being down, Griffin could look to fish. Doesn't win the duel, but can take away the camp for sure.
How many times have I seen this, man? But here we go with the Realm Warp. It forces the flash out of music. Griffin has constantly been on this blue buff of music.
Yeah, that's really nice. I mean, he's going to get the entire side of the jungle here. I think music's kind of forced to base and go to the grubs. We'll see if this leads to a dragon as well, given the pressure. That's a good look from Griffin again. I think Griffin is... I want to say quietly, just because we've been quiet about it, but gameplay-wise, Loudly has had a really nice series here against Supernova.
Yeah. 300%. I mean, the impact that he's had on the map, to be able to constantly put pressure onto music and put pressure onto this mid lane as well. Shochi looking to try and get away from this one. Hops right across the Veil. Buys him a little bit of time, has the backup of music.
Yeah, like I think music showing there is unnecessary too. I don't really think there's a play there without Cataclysm, and I saw W used on, or W was already used on the Aurora. So again, like showing there, that it gives Citadel even more information. They can do stuff like this. As music, hoping that ultimate comes off cooldown, which it will be off cooldown soon. Griffin gets one. Stray's here. Stray, I think, was spotted. I think that's going to be it. You got to respect Malphite 6 and the fact that the Maiden's out. As Yorick Mori's got his buddy with him.
And having Grubs gonna work pretty well for Supernova if Hoarder can get going. And you're always playing towards those side lanes. You're always looking to take plates, take towers, take whatever you can. This. And now look at this, the setup onto the top lane. Bradley is by himself. Unstoppable Force goes out. It's a chunk of damage onto Bradley. Tries to use the Petrifying Gaze. He's going to survive. No, Zyko picks him off in the back end. Uses the Magical Journey to get out, and Griffin can only watch as this top laner falls.
The fact that the kill did go to Zyko is a small win. That is worth noting. As Levitate only going to lose the barrier here. As Sivir ult was popped, but I like the look a lot from Supernova. Again, I think the onus is on them to attack this Cassio. And the fact that Bradley's down flash now is going to make the next time a little bit easier.
And Bradley does lose out on quite a bit because that was right off of a teleport. So it means not only do you have to walk back to lane, the minion wave was pushed right onto the tower, so there's going to be a lot he misses out there. And now Hoarder looking to jump right onto Griffin. Griffin doing everything he can to take down the Maiden. Now Hoarder, big Angie. Griffin has the flag and drag away.
Hoarder has flash. It's a little risky because, yeah, Bradley's in wait now. Honestly, kind of a nice bait from Griffin because it wasted a lot of Hoarder's time. I think Hoarder was looking to reset off that last play. Now he's kind of jailed because Bradley's got a lot better lane state now coming in with the Roa. So I actually kind of appreciate that from Griffin. It might have looked goofy, and he did use some of his time, but he definitely used it in favor of Bradley. That's really going to favor Bradley. That said, not going to come for free. As music starting up that dragon, you see bot priority in favor of Supernova. I think if Levitate and Zyko walk up here, this dragon should be Supernova's.
No choice but for Griffin to clear out the golems. Can't really contest with this. You want to watch that ultimate timer. Unstoppable Force being up means it's very risky to try and push for any neutrals when Supernova has their first foot there. So the Dragon, first strike of the game, going over to Supernova. Shoji going across the Veil, looking for Bradley. It would be so damning to die right here. But there come the minions from Hoarder to finish off Bradley. And Bradley experiencing this many back-to-back deaths, it's gotta hurt.
I actually thought Bradley got out of that one, as it was close, and you get healing with the Conquer on the Cassio. Wasn't quite able to escape it. I like the walk a lot from Shochi. Want to give kudos to him on that one.
Oh, man.
That said, may not come for free.
He's going to try and go across the Veil. Oh, ultimate going to be used from Zyko. Creative. Puts out the Tempered Fate to make sure that Shochi's going to stay alive. Even stuns up Stray. The Cosmic Binding. A few thwacks right in there, but the important part is Shochi lives.
Yeah, and honestly, it kind of resets the map in favor of Supernova. Hoarder is going to get a free wave. Also, yeah, you can see both Levitate and Shochi were walking mid. Shochi's going to clean that one up. He gets a free wave, so things kind of back in favor and a little bit more balanced for Supernova. I want to see them kill the Cassio again. Cassio's down flash, kill the Cassio again. You have to set this pick behind, because if not, it can run this game. I don't know if they have enough damage if this game goes late to really deal with Cassio. So I think while she is missing the tool that is really big for her. It's pretty easy for Supernova to punish Cassio now before more items come in. I want to see them give it a go.
They're going to give it a go indeed, as Zyko has to flash out, seeing Stray coming in with the quickness. True Shot Barrage will not land onto Bradley. Bradley gets away this time. You can see the focus is there out of Supernova. I mean, again, it's double scaling items, so that means a late game, deadly Snake, but right now, very vulnerable if you can pick her out.
Yeah, I mean, double scaling items, but also just who the champion is. Like, the more stats that you get, you are a giant stat check. Your weaknesses are you lack range and mobility.
They want Bradley. They really want Bradley. Griffin is around the corner, though. They haven't spotted him out just yet, but here it goes. The unstoppable force. Bradley is dead again. And this time, Levitate picks it up.
I love it. There's no defense for it. So I think that, again, this direction is really strong from Supernova. And, I mean, going back, Nelfight and Vi, it's the point-and-click abilities. I think that the direction that Music has in this game is sound. Like, you're setting the Cassio behind. You really don't care what happens to the other lanes of the rest of the map. I mean, obviously, it's in a box, but I think it is the most important thing for them to set Cassio behind, because what does Yorick need to do to be successful in this game? Win the side lane. Bradley has died 3 times in a row now. That early lead that we saw Griffin grant Bradley with the good play the two of them had is now gone. It's to the wayside. Next base Hoarder has. He's walking out with a Trinity Force, and he's even footing with this Cassio. And Yorick becomes a giant problem later on, too.
Yeah.
Given that, I mean, he already has level 11, so that Maiden already grown in power.
Yeah, 150 gold in the lead. Pretty much, for the most part, it counts as neutral for Hoarder, but that's a great place to be after what we had from that early game and the pressure that was put onto Hoarder. Now, Syla going to try and do some work over on that top end to get rid of the Maiden, all while the Rift Herald does spawn. Citadel have control of the river for the time being. Magical Journey going to be taken by Zyko. Zyko looking to get the Cosmic Binding onto Griffin. Tempered Fate lands onto both Griffin and Zyko. Zyko's got nowhere to go but to the Gray as he's taken down by Griffin.
Funnily enough, I think Hoarder can kind of soak this. So, like, yes, they get the support, but as long as Yorick lives here, it's fine. And if Music comes in and is not spotted and Citadel goes for this, it's going to be a doomsday scenario for Citadel.
Yeah, Unstoppable Force waiting to be unleashed from Music. They're still looking to hold down the Maiden. If you take down the Maiden, it takes a lot of the pushing power, so that's why it's such a priority that you see from CTG. But here we go, Flag and Drag looking to catch out Hoarder. This is going to be a hard play to make, waiting for the Unstoppable Force. Music has it available, can jump in, but needs a little bit more vision before he commits to it. Doesn't have enough damage in the back pocket as well, so gonna have some patience that play going forward. Hey, here we go, Levitate caught by the Cataclysm, will be able to Arcane Shift out and look to get away from the grasp of CTG. Now in a bad way is Griffin. Zyko gets kill number 3. Keeps taking down people, man. He's a bloodthirsty support. And we're not done. Shochi goes after Ray. He pops him with the Between Worlds. Supernova on fire right now.
I mean, I feel like Citadel kind of walked into that. Again, I'm looking at that top lane play from here, being like, this play is not there. You cannot make this into Yorick. They go for it anyway. And the flip side, I mean, I don't think Zyko needs to take that kill. It's a bit of a silver lining that the kill did go on to Zyko. I think that one was the first one where I'm like, all right, we probably don't need to take that one. The other two were completely acceptable. But that play isn't there, and you can see the loss of tempo, putting that sunk cost time into the top lane. On the enemy side of the map, it allowed for Zyko to respawn, allowed for that Unstoppable Force to come back up, and allows for Music to make the plays that he needs to make for his team to continue to stock up on this lead. This is now 2 Drakes and 3k gold in the power of Supernova.
And look at that. Hoarder finally got his back. Trinity Force is complete right off the respawn, gets the purchase. This is big right now for Supernova because now they're going to have a lot of side lane control, and the lead is now growing in favor of Hoarder.
Syla just knocked down that top turret. But Shochi, he's going for this Aurora build. You do so much damage with this build between the Rocket Belt. I expect the Shadow Flame coming to next. He almost already has, given what he's been able to do so far in this game. And the boots. I mean, the boots are pretty OP if you're looking to do damage. Is Array. Goodbye.
Array's gone! Levitate shows up and Music rocks his world. The carries of Citadel are suffering.
Oh man, and he didn't see the Malphite spell, shielded the Ezreal W, and then goes down to the Malphite ult. Now Zyko's here to hover. They can't do this against Yorick. It's a 2.5 v3, and the 2.5 crew is winning.
Oh, and we're not done just yet. Porter not willing to step up until Griffin uses that flag and Dragon catches out Zyko. Zyko's flashing away, but Griffin in a bad way as he goes too deep underneath that tower. And now the chase coming through. No one to fall but Zyko just yet. Low health bars for Citadel.
Well played by Griffin. I think that Zyko, the Cosmic Binding was a little bit funky after the Tempered Fate and the minions coming in. Wasn't quite able to connect. That said, Hoarder looking to do his best to keep him distracted. They'll win this.
Realm Warp. Realm Warp coming in. Hoarder.
Yeah, okay, they got a flash, but I think Griffin's dead, maybe?
Yeah, he might die to the Maiden right now. Oh my goodness! The Maiden doing some work. Unfortunately for Griffin, he's Maiden-less and gets dropped by Hoarder.
I mean, Hoarder just keeping 4 people distracted. Look at top lane. 19 minutes, a wave just crashed into the top inhibitor turret, and Array's
we're
dead.
Back here again, going after Array. Array will fall. We'll get another look at it. We got multiple replays of Array dying the same way.
Do you know Olivia Rodrigo, Deja Vu?
I know Olivia Rodrigo. I don't know the song.
Oh, okay, I just got, I don't know about you, but I just got some deja vu right there, baby. As Array going down twice, you can see him in the death chamber again. As Music, that unstoppable force, it's getting through the spell shields with the help of the Ezreal. And Supernova right now, the team that is feeling like an unstoppable force in this one. As TP coming in, Music doesn't have ult, he does have flash.
It's a really strong commit. Bradley might be in a bad way. Needs to find an angle for the Petrifying Gaze. They dunk onto Shochi, but there's the Tempered Fate, and now the rest of the team looking to show up, including Hoarder, who goes forward. Petrifying Gaze finds the money. Hoarder is getting low. Levitate will eventually drop. Knockup coming out from the grand entrance. Here comes Shochi chasing on the Griffin. Will step away with the Hex.
It's messy.
Belt, and now it's a lot of damage coming out. Bradley starting to do some work. He's getting shutdowns on top of it. Shochi too far, too deep. And Asylum will get another shutdown. A lot of money was just cashed in by Citadel.
A little bit too big of a cortisol spike coming out from Supernova there as they went way too hard on that play. Levitate, eat in, catches the root from Rise, dies immediately, and they're fighting without the unstoppable force from Music. It's so much easier to just play around Malphite ult, punish these immobile targets. Gotta give kudos to Griffin, who outhands Sochi in the duel, and frankly outhands Sochi twice because Sochi initially got in trouble because the Cataclysm stopped him from going, using the Between Worlds to get out of the fight. As we get another replay. All right, deja vu sincerely.
I don't think we need to see that one. This is like, I don't know, man. The 10th time we've seen that specific play. Mostly because it keeps happening, and also there's that play right there with Hoarder. But this is what we wanted to see a bit more of.
Really well played by Griffin there. Sidestepped the Q, got through the E from Aurora.
I will not break. They shall feel my pain and fear for their souls.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. Minions have spawned.
I chose my shackles. My wings are bound, but my soul flies. Did someone send you here as a joke, Yordle? Did Kale send you? Betrayal never comes from your enemies. Know me by my pain. Only those you love can break your heart. Into the dark! I shall show them what it is to fall. Justice is a lie of the powerful. I have truths of my own. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
First blood.
I have seen liars choose virtue, and I have seen the divine cheat. Perhaps today I will see a Yordle sneeze. I know what my enemies feel. They are right to be afraid. My wings are heavy.
Enemy has been slain. Executed. An ally has been
I am
slain.
your darkness. I am your truth. We are shaped by our foes. Home, a place that never leaves you. Cannot break a shattered soul. Not all light is a gift.
Double kill.
Back into the fray.
Enemy killing spree.
Truth is a dark mirror. Some greatest fate. I forge my own path.
Enemy rampage.
Whether by
Shut
chance
down.
or by wings, we are all bound. Once I had grace, now I have pain. Battles bring out so many emotions. Feel each fraction of the earth. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
has been slain. Enemy double kill.
My broken heart still beats. Onward through this unchanging land. To walk barefoot, skin to soil, is true grace. Pain must be felt. The earth reflects your torment. I was betrayed once.
Shut down. An ally has been slain.
Do not conflate
An
darkness
ally
with
has been slain.
home, a place that never leaves you. I don't hide my pain. I wield it.
Enemy killing spree.
My flaws are a badge of honor. Shadow is not as dark as one might think.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed.
To love is to be bound.
Shut down. Enemy double kill.
Mortality is truly divine. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Righteousness, a splintered shield that I will shatter. Those who judge condemn themselves. shadow outruns my speed light.
Strong enough. I told you to obey!
Killing spree.
Take pride in how swiftly we fall. With every step toward my own The stakes shape us. Home, a place that never leaves you.
Shut down. Enemy rampage. Enemy double kill. Your team has destroyed a turret.
My wings remember the
Enemy
wind.
triple kill.
No longer. Only death can break my bones, and I am immortal.
My pain unbound!
Pain must be felt.
Your turret has been destroyed.
We are the sum of our mistakes.
An ally has been slain.
Demacia forgot the true cost of war. I remember. Mortal comforts make immortality bearable. Demacia learned all the wrong lessons. The world is a beautiful place. Do not let it be hidden.
An ally has been slain.
I will not forsake the land that shaped me, nor the mistakes. This world is all I have.
I leapt.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Enemy double kill.
Home. A place that never leaves you. I chose my shackles. My wings are bound, but my soul flies.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Betrayal never comes from your enemies. Only those you love can break your heart. I shall show them what it is to fall.
An ally has been slain.
Justice
An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill.
These mortal cycles begin anew. I know what these enemies feel. They are right to be afraid.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Mortality.
Enemy double kill.
endured worse.
Double kill.
My wings are heavy, but not as heavy as my heart. We are shaped by our foes.
Has destroyed a turret.
You cannot break a shattered soul.
Shut down. Been slain.
Mortal comforts make immortality bearable.
An ally has been slain.
I find beauty in these shadows. Is a dark mirror. The earth reflects your torment. Some pray to fate. I forge my own path.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
By chains or by rings.
Killing spree.
What you made me do! Now I have pain.
An ally has been slain.
I walk so I can feel all destruction of the earth.
Enemy triple kill. Aced. An enemy has been slain. has been destroyed.
Back into the fray. My broken heart still beats.
An ally has been slain.
Onward.
An enemy has been slain. Enemy double kill. An ally has been slain.
Something new.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree.
These mortal cycles.
Your inhibitor has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected. Defeat.